Thank you very much. My fellow Americans, good evening. Let me begin by congratulating the team at NASA and our brave astronauts on the successful launch of Artemis 2. It was quite something. It will be traveling further than any manned rocket has ever flown and will very substantially pass the moon, go around it, and come back home from a distance that has never been done before. It's amazing. They are on the way, and God bless them. These are brave people. We want to God bless those four unbelievable astronauts. As we speak this evening, it's been just 1 month since the United States military began Operation Epic Fury, targeting the world's #1 state sponsor of terror, Iran. In these past 4 weeks, our armed forces have delivered swift, decisive, overwhelming victories on the battlefield. Victories like few people have ever seen before. Tonight, Iran's Navy is gone. Their Air Force is in ruins. Their leaders, most of them terrorist regime they led, are now dead. Their command and control of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps is being decimated as we speak. Their ability to launch missiles and drones is dramatically curtailed, and their weapons, factories, and rocket launchers are being blown to pieces. Very few of them left. Never in the history of warfare has an enemy suffered such clear and devastating large-scale losses in a matter of weeks. Our enemies are losing, and America, as it has been for 5 years under my presidency, is winning, and now winning bigger than ever before. Before discussing this current situation, I also want to thank our troops for the masterful job they did in taking the country of Venezuela in a matter of minutes. That hit was quick, lethal, violent, and respected by everyone all over the world. After rebuilding our military during my first term, we have by far the strongest military anywhere in the world. And now we're working along with Venezuela and are, in a true sense, joint venture partners. We're getting along incredibly well in the production and sale of massive amounts of oil and gas, the second largest reserves on Earth after the United States of America. We're now totally independent of the Middle East, and yet we are there to help. We don't have to be there. We don't need their oil. We don't need anything they have, but we're there to help our allies. Tonight, I want to provide an update on the tremendous progress our warriors have made in Iran and discuss why Operation Epic Fury is necessary for the safety of America and the security of the free world. From the very first day I announced my campaign for president in 2015, I have vowed that I would never allow Iran to have a nuclear weapon. This fanatical regime has been chanting death to America, death to Israel for 47 years. Their proxies were behind the murder of 241 Americans in the Marine barracks bombing in Beirut, the slaughter of hundreds of our service members with roadside bombs. They were involved in the attack on the USS Cole, and they carried out the countless other heinous acts, including the just horrible, bloody atrocities of October 7th in Israel, something that most people have never seen anything like it. This murderous regime also recently killed 45,000 of their own people who were protesting in Iran. 45,000 dead. For these terrorists to have nuclear weapons would be an intolerable threat. The most violent and thuggish regime on earth would be free to carry out their campaigns of terror, coercion, conquest, and mass murder from behind a nuclear shield. I will never let that happen, and neither should any of our past presidents. This situation has been going on for 47 years and should have been handled long before I arrived in office. I did many things during my 2 terms in office to stop the quest for nuclear weapons by Iran. First, And perhaps most importantly, I killed General Qasem Soleimani in my first term. He was an evil genius, brilliant person, a horrible human being, however, the father of the roadside bomb. And he lived just horrible what he did. Iran would have been perhaps in far better, stronger position. Had he lived, we would have had probably a different conversation tonight. But you know what? We'd still be winning and winning big. And then very importantly, I terminated Barack Hussein Obama's Iran nuclear deal, a disaster. Obama gave them $1.7 billion in cash, green cash, took it out of banks from Virginia, D.C., and Maryland, all the cash they had, flew it by airplanes in an attempt to buy their respect and loyalty, but it didn't work. They laughed at our president and went on with their mission to have a nuclear bomb. His Iran deal would have led to a colossal arsenal of massive nuclear weapons for Iran, and they would have had them years ago, and they would have used them. It would have been a different world. There would have been no Middle East and no Israel right now, in my opinion, the opinion of a lot of great experts, had I not terminated that terrible deal. And I was so honored to do it. I was so proud to do it. It was so bad right from the beginning. Essentially, I did what no other president was willing to do. They made mistakes, and I am correcting them. My first preference was always the path of diplomacy, yet the regime continued their relentless quest for nuclear weapons and rejected every attempt at an agreement. For this reason, in June, I ordered a strike on Iran's key nuclear facilities, an Operation Midnight Hammer. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. Those beautiful B-2 bombers performed magnificently. We totally obliterated those nuclear sites. The regime then sought to rebuild their nuclear program at a totally different location, making clear they had no intention of abandoning their pursuit of nuclear weapons. They were also rapidly building a vast stockpile of conventional ballistic missiles and would soon have had missiles that could reach the American homeland, Europe, and virtually any other place on Earth. Iran's strategy was so obvious. They wanted to produce as many missiles as possible, and they did, with the longest range possible. And they had some weapons that nobody believed they had. We just learned that out. We took them out. We took them all out so that no one would really dare stop them. And their race for a nuclear bomb, a nuclear weapon like nobody's ever seen before. They were right at the doorstep. For years, everyone has said that Iran cannot have nuclear weapons. But in the end, those are just words if you're not willing to take action when the time comes. As I stated in my announcement of Operation Epic Fury, our objectives are very simple and clear. We are systematically dismantling the regime's ability to threaten America or project power outside of their borders. That means eliminating Iran's Navy, which is now absolutely destroyed, hurting their Air Force and their missile program at levels never seen before, and annihilating their defense industrial base. We've done all of it. Their Navy is gone, their Air Force is gone, their missiles are just about used up or beaten. Taken together, these actions will cripple Iran military, crush their ability to support terrorist proxies, and deny them the ability to build a nuclear bomb. Our armed forces have been extraordinary. There's never been anything like it militarily. Everyone is talking about it, and tonight I'm pleased to say that these core strategic objectives are nearing completion. As we celebrate this progress, we think especially of the 13 American warriors who have laid down their lives in this fight to prevent our children from ever having to face a nuclear Iran. Twice this past month, I have traveled to Dover Air Force Base, and it's been something. I wanted to be with those heroes as they return to American soil, and I was with them and their families, their parents, their wives, their husbands. We salute them, and now we must honor them by completing the mission for which they gave their lives. And every single one of the people, their loved ones said, please, sir, please finish the job, every one of them. And we are going to finish the job, and we're going to finish it very fast. We're getting very close. I want to thank our allies in the Middle East, Israel, Saudi Arabia, Qatar, the UAE, Kuwait, and Bahrain. They've been great, and we will not let them get hurt or fail in any way, shape, or form. Many Americans have been concerned to see the recent rise in gasoline prices here at home. This short-term increase has been entirely the result of the Iranian regime launching deranged terror attacks against commercial oil tankers in neighboring countries that have nothing to do with the conflict. This is yet more proof that Iran can never be trusted with nuclear weapons. They will use them, and they will use them quickly. It would lead to decades of extortion, economic pain, and instability worse than we can ever imagine. The United States has never been better prepared economically to confront this threat. You all know that. We built the strongest economy in history. We're going through it right now, the strongest in history. In 1 year, we've taken a dead and crippled country. I hate to say that, but we were a dead and crippled country after the last administration and made it the hottest country anywhere in the world by far, with no inflation, record-setting investments coming into the United States, over $18 trillion, and the highest stock market ever, with 53 all-time record highs in just 1 year. It all positioned us to get rid of a cancer that has long simmered. It's known as the nuclear Iran, and they didn't know what was coming. They've never imagined it. Remember, because of our Drill Baby Drill program, America has plenty of gas. We have so much gas. Under my leadership, we are #1 producer of oil and gas on the planet, without even discussing the millions of barrels that we're getting from Venezuela. Because of the Trump administration's policies, we produce more oil and gas than Saudi Arabia and Russia combined. Think of that, Saudi Arabia and Russia combined. And that number will soon be substantially higher than that. There's no country like us anywhere in the world, and we're in great shape for the future. The United States imports almost no oil through the Hormuz Strait and won't be taking any in the future. We don't need it. We haven't needed it, and we don't need it. We've beaten and completely decimated Iran. They are decimated, both militarily and economically and in every other way. And the countries of the world that do receive oil through the Hormuz Strait must take care of that passage. They must cherish it. They must grab it and cherish it. They can do it easily. We will be helpful, but they should take the lead in protecting the oil that they so desperately depend on. So to those countries that can't get fuel, many of which refuse to get involved in the decapitation of Iran, we had to do it ourselves. I have a suggestion. #1, buy oil from the United States of America. We have plenty. We have so much. And #2, build up some delayed courage. Should have done it before. Should have done it with us, as we asked. Go to the Strait and just take it, protect it, use it for yourselves. Iran has been essentially decimated. The hard part is done, so it should be easy. And in any event, when this conflict is over, the Strait will open up naturally. It'll just open up naturally. They're going to want to be able to sell oil because that's all they have to try and rebuild. It will resume the flowing, and the gas prices will rapidly come back down. Stock prices will rapidly go back up. They haven't come down very much, frankly. They came down a little bit, but they've had some very good days over the last couple of days. We've done actually much better than I thought, but we had to take that little journey to Iran to get rid of this horrible threat. With our historic tax cuts, where people are just now talking about receiving larger refunds than they ever thought possible, they are getting so much more money than they thought. That's from the great big beautiful bill. Our economy is strong and improving by the day, and it will soon be roaring back like never before. It will top the levels that it was a month ago. I've made clear from the beginning of Operation Epic Fury that we will continue until our objectives are fully achieved. Thanks to the progress we've made, I can say tonight that we are on track to complete all of America's military objectives shortly, very shortly. We're going to hit them extremely hard over the next 2 to 3 weeks. We're going to bring them back to the Stone Ages where they belong. In the meantime, discussions are ongoing. Regime change was not our goal. We never said regime change, but regime change has occurred because of all of their original leaders' death. They're all dead. The new group is less radical and much more reasonable. Yet if during this period of time no deal is made, we have our eyes on key targets. If there is no deal, we are going to hit each and every one of their electric generating plants very hard and probably simultaneously. We have not hit their oil, even though that's the easiest target of all, because it would not give them even a small chance of survival or rebuilding. But we could hit it, and it would be gone, and there's not a thing they could do about it. They have no anti-aircraft equipment. Their radar is 100% annihilated. We are unstoppable as a military force. The nuclear sites that we obliterated with the B-2 bombers have been hit so hard that it would take months to get near the nuclear dust, and we have it under intense satellite surveillance and control. If we see them make a move, even a move for it, we'll hit them with missiles very hard again. We have all the cards, they have none. It's very important that we keep this conflict in perspective. American involvement in World War I lasted 1 year, 7 months, and 5 days. World War II lasted for 3 years, 8 months, and 25 days. The Korean War lasted for 3 years, 1 month, and 2 days. The Vietnam War lasted for 19 years, 5 months, and 29 days. Iraq went on for 8 years, 8 months, and 28 days. We are in this military operation so powerful, so brilliant against one of the most powerful countries for 32 days. And the country has been eviscerated and essentially is really no longer a threat. They were the bully of the Middle East, but they're the bully no longer. This is a true investment in your children and your grandchildren's future. The whole world is watching, and they can't leave the power, strength, and brilliance. They just can't believe what they're seeing. They leave it to your imagination, but they can't believe what they're seeing, the brilliance of the United States military. Tonight, every American can look forward to a day when we are finally free from the wickedness of Iranian aggression and the specter of nuclear blackmail. Because of the actions we have taken, we are on the cusp of ending Iran's sinister threat to America and the world. And I'll tell you, the world is watching. And when we do, when it's all over, the United States will be safer, stronger, more prosperous, and greater than it has ever been before. May God bless the men and women of the United States Armed Forces, and may God bless the United States of America. Thank you very much, and good night.
Wow, what a muppet man. What a muppet man. Oh my golly gosh. Oh my golly gosh. He blamed the USS Cole on Iran. No, USS Cole was Al Qaeda. When his mate didn't take over for another few years, Al Jilani, but Al Jilani was serving in Al Qaeda then. Well, let's talk about the Liberty, Trump. USS Liberty. You know, I know, Nomadic. There was 277,000 people watching Associated Press when this was live. 277,000 watching. Wow. And some of the comments. Read the Trump Epstein emails for us instead. America wants to know more about those. Liar, Epstein. Read the full Epstein files. We stand with Iran. When he talks about the money that Obama gave, that was Iran's frozen assets. Right, there's just so much of this. There's so much of this address that he gave that you could just rip it to pieces. You just rip this, rip. It's definitely an April Fool's speech. Definitely April Fool's speech. Nomadic wants to give us 2 pennies. Yeah, the king's got a king will be there tomorrow, won't he, Nomadic? Is the king there tomorrow? But then, is he the king? I heard William's taken over because the king's end of days or something. I don't know how much is that? How much is that? Vietnam, they were getting more views watching the so-called moon landing. I see it better. That's Ulick. Oh my God. I mean, 277,000 people tuned in. And the comments that were written. What's their comment saying? They got a thumbs up. Dear Trump, please say Bitcoin. They paid £199 to say that. $199 to say that. How do they get rid of it now? Close. No, close. Ugh. Ugh. God, I don't know. £1,000 in a week. That's mad, isn't it, Nomadic? That's mad. Absolutely mad. What? We support and love Israel. This must be April Fool's. Clown, clown, clown. Poopy approval rating like your pants. Poopy approval rating like your pants. Mr. President, what are your plans for lowering gas prices? Who wrote this speech to try and manipulate us? I mean, what about old XF? XF and his mates getting caught playing the markets. You know, we've been saying for weeks. He's shorting the markets. He's raising the markets. You know, Nasdaq's collapsing. You girls need to get some sleep. Go on then, Mark. Crack on. Mr. Stormy Daniels admitting he lost. Bye, Russell. Bye, Russell. Chat. Bye, bye, bye. It's time to pump it. Come on. We hit the stop now. Oh, I don't know who wrote that. I don't know who wrote that. Who wrote that speech for him? I ain't got a clue who wrote that speech. They're taking the mickey everywhere, Taffy. He said, drill, baby, drill. Well, you ain't got the right oil. People in there were pathological liar had to seen go up. People were in there complaining that you got the wrong oil for everything. Blah, blah, blah. $277,000 people tuned in to watch the speech. Wowzers. Yeah, exactly, Nomadic, yeah. Excess cooked, didn't he? He's cooked. Well, what's going to happen? But I've watched so much the last couple of days. He said about the 12-day war. You know, crazy. Israel begged Trump, please, Mr. Trump, don't ask Israel, ask Iran to please stop bombing us. Associated Press, the chat is absolutely slaughtering him. The chat is absolutely slaughtering him. I can't remember what percentage it was, but he's got the lowest ratings ever, hasn't he? Lowest ratings ever. And as for the Strait of Hormuz, not my problem. Not my problem. Well, no matter. I feel sorry for anybody living over there at the moment. Unless you're one of his mates. Yeah, I thought it was about that. But unless you're one of his mates and you're playing the markets with him, you know, he's talking to his mates, isn't he? His mates are all rubbing their hands together because they're just playing. But they're not even giving him any. They're not even giving him any plans anymore. I was watching a stream yesterday, I think, and because he keeps on saying the quiet part out loud, I Smiler beginning to look like Simon Dixon was right. Simon Dixon. Oh, go on, tell me more, Jupiter. Jupiter, that account that you blocked in yours yesterday, I think GC's up the chat further. That wasn't me. I think you knew that anyway, didn't you? There's 3 fake me's going around. One of them comes up as Michael Castrian. Let me get the link. Yeah, it's a roll. A troll. Roll, yeah. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, it wasn't me. You know when I'm in the chat, you always tell me off. But GC told me just now. He said it was in CP's and then it was in yours. Yeah, you sort of spoofed Michael ages ago as well, did you? Yeah, I saw it ages ago as well. I told him he wasn't very happy. He thought I was winding him up at the time. But one of the Smiler accounts, when you click on it, it takes you to a Michael Castrian account. It was funny in CP's. What was it called in CP's, GC? Obviously, Angela. Have you watched this, Smiler? Hang on, let's drop that screen down. Yeah, stop screen. All right, let's get rid of that. Get rid of that. Because it links. You can't hit links in StreamYard. Smiler. Obviously, Angela wasn't there, because if Angela wasn't there, if Angela was there, it would have. Oh God, I hurt myself. All right, that's you, Lex. Ooh, where's that gone? Hey up, Amos, how you doing? Where's Jupiter's? There's Jupiter's. Oh. Oh, push him on the head. Push him on the head. I keep banning him. Hey up.
Hey, Smiler, you alright?
Yeah, how you doing?
Yeah, all good, mate.
All good. Long time no see.
Yeah, you alright?
Yeah, not bad.
Good.
But
Trump speech. What you been doing? Trump speech?
Yeah, it's April Fool's joke.
Was he on the wind up? He's good to he's good trolling, and he just trolls people.
Oh, you could rip his whole speech to pieces.
He's brilliant. I think he's brilliant. Like pulling people's people just don't know what way to take him.
I think he's a muppet at the moment. He's an absolute muppet. He's controlled. He's being blackmailed. He's, you know.
Who you think's controlling Netanyahu?
Yeah.
He's the Don, mate. He's the Don.
He ain't no Don, is he? He's broken. Operation Epstein files.
No, I'm not having that.
He is.
If anything was there with him, like it would have flown out by now.
No, because they redacted. There's loads out there about him. I think it was about 2 years ago. I put stuff out about him from 2 years ago.
Yeah, but is it proper, like, you know? Because there's loads of people doing AI stuff, you know, like changing things. It's just,
Hello, Max.
listen, if, for instance, he was involved, how many other big names are involved? And
Right.
is it because there's so many big names involved that they've had to like redact them? You
No,
know, because
there's no prosecutions. They said it's gone past the statute of limitations.
so what you're saying, Mandelson won't get something?
Oh no, that's UK, all right, Jupes?
Yeah, so that link I dropped you, right?
Yeah,
Now,
I've got that. Yeah.
the bloke, I don't like the bloke. He fucking went and become Muslim. I mean, you think he'd have a bit more sense than that, but each to their own. But
Right.
he broke down what he said was going to happen before it happened, and it's happening.
Right. Okay.
Hello, Jukes, you all right?
Yeah.
Have you reviewed it yet?
I did review it on mine, but it was a couple of weeks ago, and people probably wouldn't remember.
Who are you talking about, Jukes?
Peter McCormick, Simon Dixon.
Oh, that posh geezer.
Cormac, right?
Is it that posh geezer?
Now, I'm not saying that it's sort of, yeah.
No, I know who you're thinking about. You're thinking about the Jewish guy that what's he called? Went on.
I can't think of his name.
Steve Laws went on it. That's who you're thinking about, I think.
Do you know what?
Hold on. I'm not saying that it's definitely true, Hammers.
Yeah.
But I listen to all sorts of people. I'm a bit weird like that, right? Which is why I've got so many haters as well.
Fuck 'em.
But this bloke broke down why he's an economist, and he broke down what he believes is happening, who's in control, and what the aim is. And it's really interesting because I said, well, it does make logical sense. I can't say it's true. I'm going to keep an eye on it. And core blimey, if what he's saying ain't started happening.
Are you saying that similar to what Simon Smiler saying? Like that the Jewish controlling it? Oh.
He don't believe, well, he's saying it's not the Jewish, there's someone above the Jewish. But yeah,
who would that be?
There's definitely an agenda that involves some rich Jewish people, but it's not just.
It's not the WEF, is it? Black Vanguard?
Morning, Michael.
Chinese.
Well, that person's just giving themselves right away, GC.
That wouldn't surprise me.
What they're saying is that there's loads of rich people in this world, and the extreme rich are the ones who get to call the shots, basically.
What are the extreme rich? Is that 1%? Is it?
Yeah. And
is it 1%?
They get to call the shots.
So you think that they're pulling the governments of the world strings?
Yeah,
Max.
But they're having to work to who wants them to.
We've been saying this for years anyway, Tubes.
Yeah,
we've been saying it for years.
Yeah, there's Council of 300, right? They're above everybody. Council of 300, and that's not the top tier.
They are involved in the WEF and Vanguard and BlackRock, aren't they? They're all interlinked.
Oh
yeah, they're all interlinked.
The bloke, basically, it's more than I can break down in words because it's too detailed.
Yeah.
That's why
how long is it? It's an hour and 56 minutes.
Yeah. Night when you haven't got people on the channel.
Yeah.
Well, I will.
Do you know what?
They're all in the same schools. They're all in the same clubs, right? So that's.
Yeah.
Hello, mate. You all right?
I'm doing good.
But basically,
good.
His theory is this: that
I'm great, thanks.
Basically, his theory is this: that Donald Trump is being blackmailed. He's got no choice.
Yeah.
Not because he's done something sexually, but something to do with his transactions. And there's a group called the Mellon Group. Have you heard of them, Smiler?
Yeah.
Banking group called the Mellon Group, and another one, not the Rothschilds, but another one. Well,
Bilderbergs.
these two groups have got all his banking transactions.
Do you
And
think
they loaned him huge amounts of money
Mm.
when Trump Towers was going under.
That was
And-
Do you
back.
think they pay him off now, like, as well?
Well, this
Because
is
the thing is, the money this war's cost is absolute billions and billions, isn't it?
Oh yeah.
2
Still
billion a day.
ridiculous,
Yeah.
ridiculous
Well,
amount.
apparently it's all theatre, that actually Israel, Iran, and America are all working together, and they're doing what they're doing to make it look one way.
Yeah.
I'm not saying the bombs are not going off and people are not getting
Death
killed.
is real.
Yeah,
Yeah.
he's saying that's definitely real. But what their actual aim is not what they're telling us.
Yeah,
Basically,
but why would he allow 45,000
Well, I said-
Iranians to be killed?
I think I said about 2 weeks ago, I said it's one of two things. I think, Max, you was on the panel with me. I said, what do you think? I said, I think it's one of two things. Either they're doing it for the Greater Israel Project, or they're doing it, this is Trump's way of Iran wiping out Israel, turning Israel to glass, and Trump getting his own back on Israel, so that they can break away from APAC and CPAC and everything else, so that the American government ain't ruled by Israel no more.
play the video, Smiler, and stop it every now and again for our opinions. I'm telling you,
All right.
it's really worth listening to. It's interesting.
Every military advisor told him this is not doable. Like,
Apparently, the
except for
reason
one or
that
two.
they went to war with Iran is because it was a cover for them shutting down the Hormuz Strait, because they need to make America the main oil producer for Europe, basically. He's going to take over the oil. There's a complete reset going on.
Don't he want all the...
He's going to invest in Africa.
They haven't got any heavy crude down there.
And
You
build
have
that
to
up,
take over
because
Canada.
Africa's got the biggest population of people in their 20s and 30s. Watch.
Don't he want all the uranium as well?
Yeah, Canada's got lots of uranium.
No, it's got about Iran and that.
You know?
Yep.
This bloke breaks it down.
Just on another note,
APAC is only a money laundering thing. American taxpayers give to Israel, and then Israel give back to APAC.
What's APAC?
Basically, all the Republicans, a lot of Democrats, are all paying all Israel proxies. Same as Conservative Friends of Israel, same as Labour Friends of Israel, same as UKIP, same as Reform. They've all taken their money from Israel, and Israel basically writes their scripts for them, and they don't
How
go
about
off script.
Starmer? Is he squeaky clean?
No, Starmer ain't clean, is he?
No,
His
Starmer
wife
knows
is-
exactly what's going on.
His wife is Israeli. His wife
that's
is
right.
Israeli.
That's right. Listen,
Is
he with his wife, though?
He stood up, he stood up at the Labour Party. He stood up at LFI and said he was a massive Zionist. I'm a Zionist.
Listen, before this war and that, right? You know, when he got called out about them 3 boys and that, like, I'm sure he split up with his wife, because she only come along with him when he met Macron and things like that. I don't know. Something tells me he's not with her.
He hadn't been with his wife properly for years.
Yeah.
He just goes on.
Another man bought all her knickers, bras, and dresses.
Shut up.
Yes, another man bought all of
Don't you know about him? The bloke who
It's
was
like-
number 10.
Amos goes to London. Amos films the migrants, and he ain't got a clue what's going on around him.
I don't look at everything. I ain't got time.
As soon as you write Zionist in his chat, that's it. You're blocked, banned, get out.
That ain't me. That'll be a mod dot.
That's a hate.
Yeah, so go on, play the video then, and if anyone wants to stop it and ask questions.
Smiley, are you saying you blocked out my chat?
I've been blocked out of there bloody 2 or 3 times.
What's your name? You know, at something. Because that's the only way I
Why are they blocking him in your chat?
At Smiler 6968.
Okay then.
He's too scared to mob me up, dupes.
Oh, I don't know. Some of those fucking those national socialists are fucking nutters. I'm telling you. Have you been watching that Daily Agenda guy? He's fucking hilarious.
Oh, Simon, I watched your review yesterday, I think.
He's off his tits,
I was sitting there piercing myself at you, and I got to come back. I got to review it as well because Simon has put some emails out earlier.
Right, every time Juice reviews something, I'm pissing you. And you her reactions is like she's not doing it in front of people. She's just standing there having a conversation. It's hilarious. It's fucking brilliant.
I've still got to do the Dino Baines one, but I've been too busy.
I've seen him now because I ain't subscribed to none of them, but he's come up on my fucking view thing. I had a look at him. What's up? There's another fucking fruitcake.
No, I think Dino's funny.
I never said Simon Tomlin was a National Socialist. See, this is where you people are thick. I said some of the National Socialists are mad. I'm talking to a chat. Sorry, Captain. Yeah? I said some National Socialists are mad. And then I said, have you seen that Simon Tomlin? I didn't say Simon Tomlin is a National Socialist, you thicko.
He can go. I've blocked about 5 of his accounts so far.
Yeah, I know. It just
Shalom. Urban Roots, how you doing, fella? All you with?
Sorry, guys. I shouldn't have argued with the chat.
No, that's all right.
It's captain,
isn't it? He's a prat. We all know what Simon is, but Simon, I like Simon.
Who's Simon? What is that Daily Agenda gig?
Yeah, he's not.
Yeah.
He wrote on his wall today that he's since had a conversation with someone who knows a lot about espionage, right? And they've assured him it was either Open or Hate or Mossad that came to him and Bricklayer.
Yeah. Do you know what? They're off their fucking tits, aren't they, darling? and that, as for that, who's the geezer who walks about in the fucking woods? The posh bloke.
That's Simon Tomlin.
Vindicator.
He's fucking
Vindicator. Yeah.
No, the old
talking about everyone grifting and then fucking monetised and
the old Nazi geezer, the EDL or whatever he was.
Oh, I don't know who you're talking about.
He was with Tommy back in the day. He's fucking off his nuts.
Which one?
Oh, he's got a bit of a posh accent, and he's not Vindicator, and he walks about outside like that.
Has he got white hair?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's Simon Tomlin, Daily Agenda.
He's fucking mad, isn't he?
Yeah, he's the one they're talking about. Yeah, he does. He's got a nose wiggle as well.
He definitely he's got long hair.
He talks absolute bollocks, and then he believes like it's true. He's mad. He's absolute fucking nuts.
He hates everyone on the right, but at the end of the day, he's on the right, he claims. If he only spent as much time slacking off the left, we might get somewhere.
Smiler, I'm sure you told me you was blocked before, and when I looked, you wasn't. It's come to me.
Am I not in the block list no more?
No, I'm just going to have a look. But I'm sure I looked before, and you wasn't blocked.
Perhaps I just keep getting 86K'd.
Smiler wants you to mod him up. Can he
That's
trust you,
my.
though, Smiler?
Did you say 69?
Yeah,
69?
I don't use wristband dupes unless I'm told to, or unless it's something like so bizarre.
Give him a chance, Ammers. Give him a spanner, and if he misbehaves, take it off him.
1 minute. Let me just say. No, you're not blocked.
That's good news, then, isn't it?
You weren't blocked before.
Yeah, I was. Me and Maverick both got blocked at the same time.
You weren't, because I looked.
Well, they probably just 86k'd us.
Someone told us.
So that means like 24 hours later, you can go back in the live. Yeah, so it's probably just 86k'd all the time, Amos.
Yeah, you got any idea who's doing it?
I ain't got a clue.
Hi, Paul.
It's because you're putting trigger words in.
Hi, November. Hi, Dave.
Right, so I rolled VT, shall I? So we see what he's got to say.
Yeah, it's interesting.
Where do I start it from? Because where it came in.
Oh, just do it from the beginning. Just do it from the beginning.
Yeah.
And, if people get bored, they can stop it and talk a bit, and then.
But the outcome has been scripted.
Is it loud enough?
Subject to two factions of
power,
trying to get more power. Humans aren't really a part of the equation. Like
this geezer's good, isn't he?
Humans and just AI and robotics, they'll take it.
It does feel like we're in some game. It's just a game. It feels like an. Do you remember Risk?
I do, yeah.
It just feels like Risk.
Yeah, I completely agree, and I think we're all feeling that right now. The real pandemic is the psychological trauma that we're all being put through.
My big issue is, what do you do if you're not in that position, which is the large majority of the population?
There'll be a bigger print than COVID. It's the only strategy. Fixed assets is the way to solve that, and we enter into a world where your government might confiscate your assets, or they might tax your assets in order to stop you from leaving. And so everyone just needs to work on the sovereign side. That's solvable, and you need a 10-year plan to do that, and you need to start today.
Simon, hi, how are you?
All right, I'm glad to be back.
Yeah, glad to have you back. We recorded back in January. It was an interesting show. I didn't quite imagine it would be as popular as it was. In the top 5 shows we've ever made in 10 years of podcasting. I had lots of people reach out to me, send me private messages saying this is blowing my mind. You described in that interview the global debt-based financial system that ultimately extracts wealth from everybody. And since then, we've had another war break out with Iran, which is having a lot of knock-on effects, a lot of fears of inflation and what's going to happen with oil prices, etc. Sovereign debt continues to explode. Living standards are getting worse. We've seen an acceleration of AI job displacement. I saw yesterday a new website which is tracking AI job losses. So really, are we watching the end game for this financial system it's breaking, or are we just seeing another cycle and a more consolidation of power and wealth?
Yeah, absolutely. We're definitely not witnessing the end. We're seeing a consolidation of financial power, and it is transnational in nature, as we discussed last time. And so, this Iran war and what we're witnessing right now is really a refactoring of the world order. This war, I think, will definitely mark the decisive moment that we've actually transitioned to this multipolar world, as it were, that's dominated by transnational capital. And we're currently witnessing the reallocation of resources that is 100% engineered by the financial industrial complex that we talked about last time.
Yeah, but that's the case every war. That's the case every war that America and UK have been in. We've been stealing all their minerals and all their oil. Every single war.
Yeah, but ain't that what war in general's about? That's what people's done. People's done over the years. That's what all wars are money wars, aren't they?
Yeah.
Money war. whatever's there, you know, they're going to steal it. They're going to get it somehow.
You know, now they can limit resources too.
Winner takes all, isn't it?
I mean, Paul in the chat, I mean, that's more like it. Human devaluation, control and depopulation, you know? I mean, look at what they're putting in the food and everything else, you know?
Do you think, because I've been thinking about, you know, like a biological sort of massive, I don't know how to put it, I don't want to try and, you know, I think the next block could be massive, and it could be like, you know what happened with the COVID thing, like, if they had like something in the air, it would like hit people massively. I've been thinking about that a lot lately.
They can do
It'd be a biological, not war, an attack, like, you know what I mean?
Well,
I don't know if anyone else has thought.
They do that already, but
Yeah,
you
political
mean like wiping
solution.
people out? That wouldn't.
Do you remember there was a couple in an airport, wasn't there? And they put something over their mouth. Next minute they died.
Yeah.
Well,
They're probably going to starve us. It's going to be starvation. Some people are going to starve.
oh, there's going to be a lot of food shortages soon.
Yeah, we're going to be on rations.
They always want deniable plausibility, so we didn't.
There's going to be.
Well, it's all about making everybody unemployed, getting everybody on the social credit system. Everybody, and then everybody's money is controlled.
Yeah,
well, let me just tell you one thing. Be careful with the toilet roll aisle. People will be fighting over the toilet roll.
Toilet rolls and large screen TVs, wasn't it?
Well, they're definitely sucking the money out of Britain. That's the truth. But yeah, listen to
but are they doing it to challenge us, to make us be controlled, to make, I don't know, because it does seem like a new world order thing, doesn't it? It does, you know, because it seems.
That's what he's saying. It's a reset.
Yeah, but I said this a month, 6 weeks ago, right? Like, you got everybody setting up in Jerusalem. You've got the Sanhedrin. You've got the Noahide laws, right? Every president, every prime minister comes in, they sign off on the Noahide laws, right? It's all against the Christians. It's get the Christians to fight with the Muslims. Yeah.
Look, I know that's true because of the bloke from the Heritage Party was asked to sign it and he refused. But what I'm saying, you need to listen to this guy. I want to hear what your thoughts are on what this guy says. Yeah. Can I just say something? Why every time I come in here, Smiler, there seems to be people going to Urban, because Urban's all right, you know.
I know Urban. No, Urban's sound. I love debating.
Who's digging him out?
Urban's a good guy.
Every time I come in here, there's someone having a go at him. But
yeah, he's a nice fellow. You know, he is a nice bloke.
Yeah. Well, you got two Americans in the chat.
Oh, maybe that's why. Oh, is that why they're both American?
Oh, yeah.
You got two Americans in the chat. You got you've got two people living in America. Yeah. Or one American, one British, the same as Urban, but has lived there a lot longer, I think. He's nomadic. He's our truck driver.
Yeah, he's a good man as well. Really good fella. Two of them, nice fellas. Yeah. Nomadic. How much more is it costing you for your fuel?
£1,000 extra a week.
I was listening to a bloke who owns a lorry firm, right? And he said he's paying £300 per truck to fill it up, right? He said he can't go on like it. He just can't.
Well, 2 weeks ago, the British government were making an extra 15 million a week just on 15 million a day just on fuel.
I'm not being funny. It's breaking us, isn't it? I mean, look, the cost of fucking like gas, electric, food, everything. You fucking name it. Like it's really pushing us to the limit, and unfortunately, it's going.
Urban, he was saying it to me. I said it by mistake, didn't I? I said there was two Americans in the chat. So Strictly said to me, he's not American. But then the only American in the chat is Strictly.
Yeah, I've got it there. Strictly
Yeah.
Urban. Urban's good man.
Mm.
I've heard that cycling geezer on a few panel.
Yeah.
Over the
Yeah,
last
but
year.
I mean,
or so. He's
I've
always
debated-
arguing with someone.
I've debated Strictly for 4 years.
Got anywhere?
Just on Donald Duck. Yeah, so Nomadic there, look, he's paying an extra $1,000 a week. Mm.
Wow. Yeah, but he does some fucking mileage. What do you do? 8,000 miles a week or something? Or is that possible? No, he does fucking loads of miles.
Amazon Electric is because it's all owned by other countries. We pay high, so
Listen, we ain't got a fucking business. We don't earn any money for our economy. It's a fucking joke.
No, so we gave it all up. We gave everything up when we joined the EU.
It's shocking, isn't it? I mean, why? Why? You know why? You know.
Paul from Newcastle. I'm on minimum wage. 3 chefs get an extra £4 a week.
Oh, you hear Canada's thinking of joining the EU.
Oh, well done with you, Paul. Anyway, mate. Respect to you, brother.
What is Carney playing at, man?
Fucking insane. Mark Carney, we got him after he left the British Bank there.
You got a new political party though, haven't you? Did I see that the other day? You got a new political party?
What? Yeah, I've joined the Greens.
New leader, yeah.
Yeah.
I've joined the Greens, don't I?
You joined the Greens?
Did you?
Yeah.
What, with matey that can't run?
No, we got a mayor going for mayor of Newham. He swayed me. I put a post out about it this morning.
Wow, did you not see their concert in Trafalgar Square?
Lie. What's he persuaded you with?
Just like, well, he was with that guy, you know, the guy who said Allah Akbar and that, when he
Yeah.
you know that one, you know, the geezer from Leeds, he's in everyone's fucking pictures and videos, and do you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
Yeah, he was with him, and he come to Newham, and they had a bit of a. Listen, let me tell you something. They're planning something, right? The Muslims, like UK wide, are gonna join with it. They don't give a fuck. They want MPs. They don't give a fuck. They want to get in. They want to get in. There's gonna be a big plan. The fucking mosque are gonna. Not the mosque. The imams are gonna tell them. I tell you what, honestly. I can see it coming big time. And I think it was Gorton and Denton. I think that was a stark reminder. And that is happening UK wide. All the imams are telling all the
so why are you joining with them?
Oh no, it was an April Fool's thing. I put it on.
Oh, okay.
I put it up and then I had to adjust it. I had to edit it because I didn't buy April Fool's.
Fucking hell. You nearly had me ordering an Uber coming round your house.
Nah. The geezer's
I was going to send him a gallon of petrol.
He's right there. I found this video. I don't know where. I've just mistakenly come across his video. And like, they're all together. There's loads of, like, they're definitely planning something. Honestly. They are planning. And you remember this when it comes round. The Greens and the Muslims are planning something.
Yeah, but so's Farage and the Muslims as well.
My belief is they don't care where they get in. They want seats. They want to be an MP. So they'll listen to all the bollocks. They'll go in with trends and this, that, and the other. They just want, once they're in, once you got your ass on that seat and you got your, you know, and it's frightening because they're planning, you know, they're very, very articulate in what they do.
Yeah.
They're being aided in, though.
Pardon?
Yeah,
They're being aided in. It's all
Yeah.
part of the big agenda.
yeah.
It's weird, isn't it? That they're, you know, going in with fruitcakes and fucking trans and this, but they're turning a blind eye to that. Now you know that is haram.
No, as soon as they get anywhere, they're going to pick him up and they're going to drop him off the nearest building.
Yeah, he's going.
And he won't be able to run because fucking hell, a toddler would be able to catch him.
They're absolute fruitcakes, them Greeks. They're basket cakes.
Did you see them all dancing? It was that was disgusting.
Yeah.
I think Trump dances better than them.
Yeah, but the bloke in the shorts, and there he was dancing and flirting with him. He's got no teeth as well.
Mm.
Oh my
Young
god.
man. Well, I say young man, he's younger than me, but he's fucking probably older than most. But yeah, it's disgusting. Honestly.
Yeah, it was mad.
I'll tell you what, the right needs to get their act together, and Rupert Lowe's not going to win this on his own. He's not.
Well,
Hello,
he's a clever man, Rupert. You know, he'd do something, but he needs to, you know, advance UKIP and
advance of waste space.
I think nearer the time there will be a merger. I do think
the three of them ain't going to win it. The three of them ain't going to win it.
Yeah, but if Rupert is telling the truth, if Rupert is speaking the truth, right, he won't have advanced in because you can't have a foreigner in Parliament.
But he did say originally he'd like Ben to join.
But you can't, you know, if he sticks to his guns, you can't, you know, half of Parliament should be out of Parliament. Mahmood, she should definitely be out of Parliament.
Oh, she's another fucking fruitcake, isn't she?
But half of them, and half of them are West.
But
half of them are Israel.
Let me throw a curveball in. Do you think Rupert would ever join? Now, if Farage stepped down and that, and I don't know about Zia Yusuf because he owns half the party, doesn't he? Could you ever see Rupert joining with Reform?
No, they arrested him 9 p.m. at night.
Arrested who?
Rupert Lowe, they had him arrested, didn't they?
Oh yeah, of course he did.
Yeah.
No, but I'm saying
then they said that he had Alzheimer's or something wrong with him.
Do you know another thing? What I thought about Reform? Now Zia Yusuf, like as a Muslim, he owns half the party, right? He didn't have no dealings with politics. Multi-millionaire, billionaire. He bought half of the party, right? And he's a very good speaker because he's always done that in business. Now, if he showed Nigel and Tice good money, he could buy them out. So, for instance, if Reform did get in and he bought them out, you've got a Muslim party in Parliament. You get what that's another thing I've thought about, you know?
Rupert Lowe won't go with Nigel Farage. He's too left-leaning.
Yeah.
No, I'm not. Yeah, I know what you mean. But what I'm saying is,
Hammers, you've been shouting reform up, right?
No. I was shouting for advance because I like what
before advance, you were shouting reform with everybody else, right?
Because at the end of the day,
we ended up because of all that fucking retarded fucking everybody going vote reform, yeah. We ended up with 28 fucking reform councillors. Those reform councillors, right? Cornwall ain't like the rest of the country. We ain't got
I remember you telling me.
We ain't got no problem, right? And you've got reform councillors now trying to align with the rest of the country, right?
Yeah.
And they're being voted down.
But the thing is, everything what they said before. Look, we're all screaming out for a right-wing government to get the country a little bit straight, to do some, you know, remigration, deportations, whatever, you know, and it ain't going to be easy. It's going to be like America. It's going to be like ICE and that. It's going to be fucking mental. But the country needs cleaning up. So we're desperate. Everybody's desperate.
There's nobody you can vote for that'll get you out of this.
No,
No.
because at the end of the day, the elites run everything. You just got puppets playing the game in Parliament.
Yep.
Yeah, I guess so, yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, you know, all your MPs are the court jesters.
What was that statement? What someone said one day? We are all puppets, or we're all. I can't remember who said it. Oh,
Yes, Blunt. We're all screaming for Zog to get out of the Parliament.
It's also deep state. It's all contrived. Need to get rid of all these people. Anyone in a secret society, anybody in these clubs.
Yeah. Anyway,
yes, that's
Smiler, get back to the video because he explained a lot of it.
Yeah.
All of the trends are accelerating, and particularly in the West. We had a really bad situation for the average person that we discussed in the last show. Now we've got oil prices to factor into the equation. We've got rising unemployment as a result of artificial intelligence, robotics, automation, and you know, that is all being accelerated, which pushes that K-shaped economy we talked about, where the rich get richer and the poor get poorer. You know, you have those that own the assets and those that are the asset, which is the people that own the debt. You know, and unless you know or you are connected deeply to the financial system, where you can take your debt and you can effectively leverage it at significantly favorable terms with the financial industrial complex, unless you can do that, then you're on the wrong side of financialization, securitization, and even now tokenization. And so, yeah, we're seeing an acceleration. And by breaking the financial system, we know what the end result of breaking the financial system always is. It means that you socialize the losses and privatize the gains. You engage in an asset stripping exercise where the private equity industry mops up all of the cheap assets. And then you reset to a new region of the world where the growth can reset and you have massive flows of capital leave the host nation, where was your original predatory operation, and you flow it to other regions.
So when Trump won the last election, there was a lot of hope around Trump that he was going to drain the swamp, he was going to fix the borders, he was going to ramp up the economy. And one of his key election points was no new foreign wars. He was anti-war. He was the peace guy. And for a lot of people, they can't really understand why this war is happening, because it's hugely unpopular with the public. It's almost going to destroy the Republicans in the midterms, and almost certainly lead to the Republicans not winning the next election if it continues, if it, you know, it turns out to be a chaos, which it looks like it is at the moment, to be seen if it's long-term chaos. So how do people understand why Trump has done this?
Okay, so whenever I try and understand a politician's strategy, I try to think, why was that president installed and who paid for him to be installed? And so I always default back to, let's look at the top backers of Trump and the Trump administration.
Allison.
At the very top, you have Elon Musk, which represents the faction of corporate power in America called the technical industrial complex. That is the weaponization of algorithms and technology and data in order to build, control grids.
Yeah.
That will be represented in artificial intelligence, social credit scores, stable coins, programmable money. X money has just been announced. You're starting to see acceleration in Palantir border controls. You're starting to see acceleration in digital IDs. You're starting to see acceleration in civil unrest campaigns to justify a technocratic Orwellian surveillance state. So that's the primary backer. That's the future industry that Trump was paid to usher through. That's represented by Genius Act, Clarity Act, Big Beautiful Bill, and significant funding for the military-industrial complex in both AI and cybersecurity. The second person that Trump was backed by, the second largest contributor, was the Mellon banking family. So that represents the financial industrial complex. What does the financial industrial complex want at the moment? They want to utilize captured states, i.e. America, the collective West, let's call it, anyone that's had mass financialization and securitization and private control, in order to weaken state power over corporate financial power. And so if America gets too strong as a state, as a nationalistic entity, then financial power needs to push back and diversify. And when growth and birth rates and civil unrest are getting too disjointed to usher in this surveillance state, you diversify finances around the world. So that represents multipolarity. The financial industrial complex wants to diversify away from America, utilize America for capital markets. They've got the most liquid capital markets, but effectively the economy is a byproduct of capital markets. And it wants to send capital globally. So what happened with the Trump administration is you had tariff policy. Tariff policy was, he called it Dollar Liberation Day on April the 2nd, 2025. That was to liberate the world from the dollar. And what capital markets did is they restructured currency wars and using the dollar as the dominant currency to using capital.
Well, that's exactly what Iran are doing. Iran are making everybody pay in their own money and de-dollarizing the petrodollar.
What's that? A jizya?
The yuan. At the moment, China are paying in yuan. And their ships are going through.
Flows through exchange traded funds and ETFs to determine which countries get access to capital using Western pension system and insurance premiums and various other things. And so Trump reset the world order that meant everybody had to renegotiate, and he was an agent of chaos. His job was to, quote unquote, take on the deep state under the name of MAGA. What that means is the deep state backs the dollar. And so covert wars, all of those mechanisms of United Nations to get away from crimes against humanity using America's vote hosted in America, USAID, these covert mechanisms of funding Black Op operations, CIA, Mossad, MI6 operations, he started deconstructing those, which meant that it weakened the dollar. So ever since Dollar Liberation Day, you had a weakening of the dollar relative to gold, relative to silver, and relative to foreign currencies. And also other stock markets, like look how bad the UK economy is, but the UK stock market outperformed. The European stock market outperformed, the Brazilian stock market outperformed, the Asian stock market outperformed. So while America was being asset stripped so that the US stock market would go up, which was dominated by technology, which was dominated by government spending money on AI data centers. And if you take out the AI, it was very low growth in America. It was all government spending and financialized constructs to boost all this manufacturing of AI data centers. So he immediately set about for the financial industrial complex. And Trump is the most transactional president. It's so transparent because you can see all of his side deals, side investments that align with it, to strategically weaken the dollar and push capital into a multipolar world. He was also an agent of chaos in order to make China look amazing. Everybody renegotiated their contracts with a rational, stable market, which is China now, in the irony. So that's what he did for the financial industrial complex. His third backer was Mariam Edelstein. Mariam Edelstein is a big investor in Israel, and Israel is a subdivision of the military industrial complex. And so, Israel is the mechanism for agitating war in the Middle East. And so by committing to what many people framed as an Israel first policy, while you were destroying the empire, you have a plausible deniability story, which is, we're not doing this. America is ethical, but we're blackmailed by Jeffrey Epstein and Israel rules us. And therefore, when you see all these crimes against humanity, it's not us, it's them. And so the military industrial complex has this plausible deniability story, but it was the third lowest faction of funding for the Trump administration. So tech had the most influence, banking second, and military third. So what the military wanted is effectively a series of wars that they could profit from and compensation of if one war zone ends, because the finance want to invest in stability in that region, then another war starts. And so Trump started delivering upon that, which was a continuation of a uni-party policy. This isn't an attack on Trump. Trump is a puppet for real power, which is corporate power in America and across the West. So you had to...
Yeah, because that plan to bomb Isfahan, right? That was already in Biden's term, yeah? And it was all based on the stupid film Maverick, Top Gun. The bombing of that, it was all laid out as Top Gun, going up through the valleys and dropping the two bombs and then pulling up out of there.
The only thing is, everyone's talking about the fuelness. Once things goes up like electric or fucking fuel, it It's very difficult for it to go down, especially with the
It's not
electrics.
going
and
to
that.
come down. They don't think it will.
No, or if it does, it ain't going to go down a lot. So it's still really overpriced, isn't it? It weren't so long ago. I think it was £1 a litre, wasn't it, petrol?
Yeah.
It's just over £1.
It's mad.
Or is it because they want to stop people from driving? Because that's coming, isn't it? 15-minute cities, etc.
Mm-hmm.
Well, we ain't doing 15-minute cities, and we ain't doing digital ID down there. They've already written to Starmer about that.
What? Are you still flying your flag, though?
Yeah, our black and white one.
No, I'm talking about, they wanted to change your flag, didn't they? Or take your flag down.
No, we're still flying it. Reform can go suck.
Who was your candidate up there?
Mine, bloody Labour.
The Reform geezer.
Oh. No, I haven't got Reform near me. There was a Reform woman, but she basically got sacked because she never turned up for any meetings.
Typical.
Right, let's carry on.
Continuation of the Biden administration policy, which was flood the borders, and then you had Trump coming along and saying close the borders. Now that created all the Palantir technology, all the data. Immediately, what did he do? He created the Department of Government Efficiency. That was to get all of the data consolidated into a single database, which is managed across private interest. Palantir, Elon Musk at X, and then he put the other paper.
See, why won't he say, when he says Palantir, why won't he say Israel? Right, because that's what's running our police, our hospitals, our courts, everything. Israel's got his fingers in every single thing, even our courts. When people were on the streets protesting, etc., even down to what they're all arguing over now about the money for the family. Peter Lynch, all the CPS paperwork was going to Israel, and Israel were advising the CPS.
Okay, a minute, what's Israel got to do with Peter Lynch?
Exactly. Yeah.
All the paperwork for the CPS, all the CPS paperwork was being given to Israel.
Why?
Eh?
Why?
You tell me why. I'll do a live about it. I'll put all the information out.
Weird, isn't it?
Yeah, you'll have to do that, Smiley. I'll have to.
Talking about that was really tragic. It's just really tragic. Man loved his grandkids. You know what I mean?
Yeah, shame that they never gave the family the money, wasn't it?
And the name here, you leave Tommy Retards alone.
Good talking to you, Jupes. 2 up. Smiler.
All right, Max.
See you later.
You take it easy, mate.
Max, see you later, mate. Nice chatting with you.
So, yeah, we differ on opinions on that because I think that there's hope not hate involved in smearing people.
Yes, I know. You keep saying it with the other lot on that, and it does seem like they've got a bit of a lefty agenda.
Yeah.
I'm picking up on little bits what you're saying and that, and some of your reviews you've done, right? And you know.
If you'd have met Mandy Mosley, you would know why I feel the way I do, because I know what she's capable of.
No, we know what Mandy Mosley was, didn't we? We all saw the bloody interview.
I'm not offended in the name. I don't get offended at all with nothing.
But,
I just thought I'd bite back a bit, that's all.
But we'll see. I mean, this bricklayer reckons he's got tapes, but he ain't come out of them, has he?
I'll see him about a couple of weeks ago. I was down London, and he come in to provoke the Iranians. He said, "I want you all out of my country." Well, yeah. And he had someone there holding the phone and that. And I thought, mate, and these are
like him myself.
These are really nice people, these Iranians. I mean, he was having a debate, but he comes across a little bit, And he has got points, and he had a good debate with a couple of them and that. But it was just for content for his channel. He's got that YouTube channel now, hasn't he?
I just think that anybody on the right who thinks that they can do better than Tommy, go do it. Don't try to infiltrate and take over his movement. That's
But
mad.
Jukes, you know as well as I do that these ethnonats are going to get nowhere. Nowhere. I think I'm beginning to think it's just a grift.
Tell me the difference between ethnonat and a civnat and a
Well,
nationalist.
ethnonet just wants a white, predominantly white. Well, they want a white.
Right, and what's
No,
the
I
civ?
don't
and
agree with that.
civnats.
I don't agree with that, though, Stepper. Look, I've spoken to a lot of ethno-nationalists, so there's gradients to it. There is gradients to
What
it.
do you mean? There's different levels. Is that what you?
Yeah, there are some people that don't hate black people, don't hate Jews, don't hate any other minority group.
Yeah, that's the civnats, really.
But they recognise that race is a reality, whereas a lot of civnats think that it don't matter. You can just be English. You can just be British. You know, so there is a little bit of a difference, but
yeah, I think if you come here and you raise the flag, you contribute to the country. There's people argue about you've got a British passport, but they're giving these migrants like rights. The minute they they're pushing them because I think they had about 50,000 before Starmer come in, and I think straight away he's gone just fucking give them all rights to stay. Now a lot of people say that that's just for Starmer's votes. He's doing it for votes and that. I can't see a lot of people voting for him.
Well, Rishi Sunak did exactly the same thing because the United Nations went against him on the Rwanda deal. Right,
Yeah.
he had the planes ready for sending them to Rwanda, right? Because as well as having the complexes being built, they also had the lodges, which they were going to send them to. Right now, United Nations stepped in and said Rwanda's an unsafe country. You can't send them there because it'd be a genocide.
Well, you know why? Because they've got top fucking lawyers. The left, they got they fund top lawyers. They fucking Soros's money and that, and they end up pulling out.
But it ain't nothing to do with the ECHR. People keep on screaming about the ECHR, the ECHR, the ECHR, right? When it comes to our government, I mean, Tommy used the ECHR when he was in prison. What's she called?
Listen, there's things in the ECHR.
But everybody would use it if they could, if it's still in existence.
I think it's Article 10. There's things in the ECHR what we need.
Yeah.
Yeah, but there's nothing wrong with coming out of the ECHR and then doing our own.
I think adapting it.
Yeah, doing our own.
Yeah, but can you see, Jupiter, can you see our government, right, at the moment, right, as a British citizen or an English citizen or whatever, right, under this government, right, once the government goes bosh straight down on top of you, you've got nowhere, right? At the moment, we can go, right, you're fucking penalising us unfairly, so we can take it to the ECHR. Yeah.
Yeah, but it don't mean they're going to side. It don't mean they're going to side with us, Smiler. Look at the injustices we've got at the moment.
Yeah. So can these illegals. These illegals are using it as well. So the human rights lawyers, and the thing is with these illegals, there's so much money in it. There's everyone's earning dough out of it. This is why you get all these human rights. You get all these fucking NGOs. You get
it's all down the Blair, wasn't it? It's all down the Blair.
Yes.
Right. And Blair changed the rules on the government, etc., etc. Which is why we ended up with loads of foreigners in government, right? Because Acts of Settlement, 17, whatever it was. There shouldn't be any there shouldn't be any
in government. Smiler, this is why you got the likes of. Is it Hare Hills where there was a riot in Leeds? This is why you've got Whitechapel, because there's so many different that nationality in that area. So they ghettoify areas. Look at Paramount's councils, one of the most corrupt councils ever. They've made Whitechapel a Muslim fucking area. And it and you've seen when people have gone down there, they've gone, this is a Muslim area. It's not, it's not. but because they're the majority, they're trying to. Yeah.
But see, I believe in that. Right, so a lot of these new ethno-nationalists, not all of them, but well, actually, I'm going to say national socialists that I've seen speaking, because they pretend they're ethno-nationalists, but the ones that I've seen that are pretty extreme, I would say they're national socialists. They're not ethno-nats, but that's me, because I know there's value to it. But I believe in blood and soil. They don't believe in the soil part. So for me, I think that if you are you're English, Irish, Scottish, or Welsh ethnicity, and if you have a child, that child's got your ethnicity within them, and therefore they're of the ethnicity. So that's the blood part, and the soil part is if you're born on the soil. They don't believe in the soil part. I understand why they're saying that. I think that's because
United made it, mate.
Yeah, but they're using it. But they're using the soil part, Dupes, and that's why we got such a corrupt government.
Yeah, no, I understand. I understand why they're saying that, but that's why I like Rupert Lowe's policies, because he says, people can come here. People born on the soil are essentially British if they're not.
He does say British, doesn't he? He's never mentioned it.
If they're not of the ethnicity, they're British, right? He does say British, and but you can have your passport rescinded if you're not born here, and if you come here and get adopted as a citizen, which is through that route, you can have it rescinded and taken away. And if you've got dual nationality, you can have it taken away. That's what he's saying.
There shouldn't be any dual nationals in government.
Yeah,
and most of them are.
I think if you've got like an English part to you, so if your mum or your dad was English, then I don't see that a problem.
So for me, my kids that are mixed race, if they only had British passport, it wouldn't bother me. I don't think it bothered them. Why even if they want to go and visit Nigeria, why would they need a passport? Why not
do
be
people
the same
get
as every
dual
other
passport?
British? Because it makes it easier for them to travel into two countries, doesn't it? They get rights in both.
If you got dual nationality, you haven't got the 90 days as well in Europe.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, I do believe in birthright, and I also believe in blood right as well. So, and it's Latin. It goes back a long way.
That's how Mahmood is going on. Though she's bloody English.
Yeah, but
how's Mahmood English?
She's not English. She's not.
That's what she says.
Yeah.
Yeah, but she's not. So I don't think that you become English by your birthright. I think that you become British by your birthright. If you're English ethnicity, you're English and British.
I think Mahmood would be one of the first ones to go over to the Green Party.
Mahmood's nuts.
He's nuts.
These people that don't want to accept that there's English ethnicity need to fucking fuck off.
Jokes. That's why I'm saying she'll fit in well with the Greens. He will jump ship. I'm telling you, because they know Labour's going down. So they're going to jump over to Reform and the Greens and that. You watch.
Hypocritics. You mean hypocrite? Take
the C off and the S off
and put an E at the end. Take the ICS off.
You believe in the corrupt system. It's not a case of believing in the corrupt system, Blunt, but that's the system that we're being sold, isn't it?
Exactly.
But okay, you're tired. Yeah, but no. In my name here, right? What I would say is that actually, if you go and look, it goes all the way back. It's quite historic, blood and soil.
Mm.
It's more historic than you think it is. It's not made up by the modern parliamentarians. You know,
no, Britain was here before England was here. right?
Well, strictly, didn't the same
So-
thing happen in Afghanistan when they all fucking run off and left all the machinery there, all the fucking arms and everything?
Who ran off?
Was it Afghanistan when they all fucking run out and they just bolted out?
Oh, America.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Well, that was probably done on purpose as well.
that
to
was
arm them.
fucking weird. That was. They've all just,
Well, they armed the Taliban. You know, they were fighting Taliban.
exactly. They left all the fucking arms.
They
in there.
armed ISIS. They armed ISIS. Well,
Yeah.
ISIS is an arm of Israel, America, and UK. Yeah. Look how much we've given Al Jilani. Al Jilani's Qaeda.
Yes, it's the
Right,
it's
he's
the
ISIS.
Kalergi plan. The Kalergi plan.
Yeah,
eh?
so enter my name here. You can have that opinion. I'm not offended by it, but I have a very different opinion. I've got mixed race kids, and I'm not ashamed of it. I know that I'm English. My kids know what they are. My husband knows what he is. I don't understand what your issue is with race mixing. But
Yes.
if you're really frightened of mixed race people, I feel sorry for you.
I'm of mixed heritage and I'm proud of my Guyanese and English heritage.
You
And
know,
I'm
so
a
yeah,
British
I don't
patriot.
understand. I understand that what the clergy plan was, and I know that the bloke
Agenda 2030.
wanted to turn everyone the same shade of brown. I don't believe that that's a possibility in this country, and I think that you're misguided to believe that the problems are down to 2% of this population that are in interracial relationships and mixed ethnicity. You know, they're not really a problem. They're not really a problem.
But the thing is, your kids,
2% mixed ethnicity is not a threat to the 98%. What is a threat is what's coming in through Dover, bringing all their families. Yeah? The demographic change has not changed because of 2% of this country. You need to grow up.
Smiler, as a mixed race man yourself, how do you feel about the hateful shit that Enter says?
are you mixed race, man?
Yeah, my granddad was black.
Oh, was he?
My gran was a trollop.
Fucking hell, you got.
You don't have to be a trollop to sleep with a black man.
She divorced her first husband, and he you know, all his kids and everything else, like, you know, he gave his house to the National Trust. Yeah, he left everything to the National Trust. As the house is now a stately owned thing. You know, my other auntie owned Carnbray Castle. You know, yeah, my granddad was black.
Who's the Tommy cheap price Tommy fan? Who's the cheap
He's trying to
price?
have a dig at me, but I'm not bothered.
Is it you or me?
No, me. So enter my name here. What ethnicity are you and where are you from? Do you know where they're from, Smiler?
No, we did have this conversation the other day on Gypsy Dave's.
Yeah, I guess so, Strictly. I can see that point, mate.
But the
I like to know, because sometimes you get people that are either American or Scottish or Welsh thinking that they can tell me as an Englishwoman what I'm supposed to do in my own country, and I don't like that.
Yeah, but I'm Cornish.
Yeah.
I'm a Belifo baby.
Yeah, well, you're entitled to think for yourself. Right, so you're from here and all your family is white English. Okay, so you're working in your best interest, yeah?
Oops, have a look how he spelled your name.
Yeah, he thinks I'm Jewish, he's nuts. Right? But at the end of the day, you think that's going to save your family?
No.
I think you're mental.
But the thing is, people are sort of bickering about mixed race people, and listen, mate, there's a bigger fucking.
So he's
plan
Germanic. He's a white European and Germanic. Go back to Germany then. Yeah.
Well, it was Germanic tribes that invaded Britain, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was. But I've got British ethnicity. I've got my ethnicity is 100% European, right?
You're
My
pure blood.
highest block is English, And the rest of it is made up with Celt, tiny bit of Scandinavian. So this bloke is probably more German than he is English. Seriously, because true English are mixed with Celts.
Yeah.
I think we're giving him too much.
You called me Jupiter with J-E-W.
Yeah,
spell.
I won't get too involved. It's got a bit. Let's play the video. Come.
Yeah, let's play the video. Go on.
All right, Dave.
Simon, how you doing, mate?
Not
What's
bad
happening,
yourself.
Dave? Oh, you
Yeah, all right. All right, Hammers, all right, Tubes?
Yeah, how you doing, mate?
Yeah, not bad. Long time no see, Hammers.
Yeah. I'm in early hours and I thought I'd jump on.
Yeah. Just listening, so I thought I'd jump up. Anyway, go on, carry on, you lot.
Yeah, it was just playing a video and just comment on it during. I think mine was
The only thing I disagree is that it ain't 2%. It's more than 2%, Tubes, but that's only
Definitely more than 2%.
How much is it now then, Dave?
Well, you're talking about. Well, I'll make sure that I've got this right before I say anything, because I've probably got it wrong. I was fucking half listening, half asleep, but you sound like about mixed race and like only 2% of the population is a problem to that mixed.
I think it's only 38% now with white in London, isn't it?
Right, let me look up what percentage of the UK is mixed race.
Right, while you're looking up, shall I carry on playing?
Yeah, go on.
Yeah.
All of them from South Africa, by the way. You had the whole PayPal mafia as part of the Trump administration, and then David Sachs as well. And he was there to get Genius Act, Clarity Act, and make sure that these data centers and AI data centers were all funded. They created a bit of a Ponzi scheme through the credit markets that's having some stress right now. And it was also funded with Gulf sovereign wealth money, which is why we're having stress in those markets right now. So Trump is the perfect illustration of how the power dynamics of the empire work. And so obviously all of that's going to be a disappointment because it means that the asset holder gets wealthier. Because finance is number one, they control the US military. So Trump's job is to put an acceptable narrative in front of why this finance wants war. And so if finance wants to go get Venezuelan oil, Trump has to find a narrative. So he makes up some stuff around drugs and things like that, even though the CIA drug cartels are 100% part of this deep state. They'll never, you can't stop drugs unless you get the demand side. The supply side is built into the government.
So initially on Venezuela, when I saw it,
did you want to say something there, Smiley?
So happy that we're doing.
Hey? No, I was agreeing with him.
Oh, okay. So I've looked it up, Dave, and it was 2.9% of the UK.
I just want to say, I think Trump's classy, just blows them boats up.
According to what source, though, Tubes, if I may ask?
Right, so it says, well, just type
it the ONS?
Thingy, and the AI come back. According to the 2021 census, so let's say it's gone up a little bit, right? 2.9% of the population in England and Wales are identified as having mixed or multiple ethnic groups, ethnicity.
Bearing in mind, not everyone fills that in, so you might go 3.3.
Yeah, I was going to say they're more than that, yeah.
3.3, maybe 3.5, I don't know.
Yeah, but no, also, Hammers, what you've got to take into consideration is how many people don't know their backgrounds.
Yeah?
Yeah, but if you're mixed ethnicity, didn't you?
Well, tell me what mixed ethnicity actually quantifies or means.
Well, I'm talking about a general mixed ethnicity coming from a multicultural family.
Okay, so yeah, you can be multicultural, then there can't be anything else.
You can be what you want nowadays, though, can't you?
Yeah, you can. You'll be the culture that you're raised in.
That's what I'm saying. So by that very thing, then, like, you can't just put it down to just one thing. I would put it down to more than one thing. It's not about cultural, is it?
Well, at the moment, London and cities. Newham is only 16.7% white. Brent is only 18%.
Yeah, but that's not because of mixed race people. That's because
as the lowest percentage of white British residents. Leicester is only
that's not because
city below 50.
This is what I don't like. That's not because of mixed ethnicity.
No, I'm not saying it's because
That's
of
predominantly
ethnicity. I'm
Muslim
not.
areas.
No, but that was what the argument was before. Why I mentioned the percentage.
Yeah,
Like,
but what it is over dilution of people from other countries.
yeah, it's other people coming in and bringing in huge families.
And
Well, you've got UAE and Saudi Arabia buying up loads of properties in London.
Jukes, this is why the
The Russians, the Chinese, and the Indians, Smiler.
Yeah.
This is why the ethno-nats are getting bigger and that, because people have had a fucking enough of it.
Yeah, I don't blame them for
the
having enough. I've
demographic
had enough.
changes in towns and cities.
This is why my only fear, Jupes, right, in what you're covering there, and I'd sort of have to agree, is so much as I could never go to Tommy Robinson March.
Well, that's up to you.
No, I couldn't, because within that group, you have got ethno-nats, and
no, he won't. He will not have them there. No.
Come on, Amos, you can't say that's not true.
No, I've seen him like they get moved on, mate.
So if there's ethno-nationalists there that are known to be ethno-nationalists, they get chucked out. That's what the stewards.
Yep, I've seen it myself. I witnessed it.
Right, so those people still don't attend then.
They do try and get into any protest.
Some do. Some sneak in if they're not known.
Hang on, if you're protesting on a public street, how can you filter people on a public street?
Because once the security and people dig them out, then they're told to go, Dave. I've witnessed it.
Right, so hang on, where's the boundaries? This is what I'm trying to say. So where's the boundaries of a protest? For example, if you're protesting at, say, Trafalgar Square, and someone's been outed from Trafalgar Square, how far down the road do you actually say, right, well, there's the boundary?
Not necessarily boundaries, but they are not wanted at Tommy's protests. I've seen.
They have visible stewards who wear the vest. They're visible, and then they have spotters, and they're all.
And people will tell the security and they get rid of them. They do.
No, I understand that, but the point I'm trying to make is this. You're protesting on public streets, right? And even though you're having a private, secured protest.
You can only ask them to leave, Dave, you know what I mean? That's all they can do.
Yeah, all right, let me put it another way. So you're asked to leave the pub, right? And you've left that establishment. You're now standing outside that pub. You can stand outside that pub as long as you want.
Oh, yeah, I understand what you're saying, but they're asked to leave, they're not wanted at the protest.
No, I understand.
So therefore...
Hang on. What the fuck, man, right? You got fucking Star Iran flags. You got fucking Iranian flags. You got fuck knows what other flags. Yeah? Right? You got other flags being ripped up on stage. Yeah, as a fucking
no. Listen. I don't think Tommy or anyone knew that was coming.
But it still happened, didn't it?
I know. Yeah, I understand that, and it looked really bad.
Yeah, So and you've got all the Star Iran flags being flown around.
Yeah, let's get back to what Dave was saying, though. There's no boundaries. They just get asked to leave.
So if you're white English, you get asked to leave. Is that what you're saying?
So for instance, like Vanguard.
If you're somebody that hates other ethnicities, yes. If you're a white supremacist, yes.
Vanguard was asked to leave. There was a few of them there, and they was dishing out things. They was all hooded up. No. They had bellies on, and they wouldn't remove them.
Ordinary ethno-nationalists will not be chucked
They would not remove them.
That's just proud to be British and English and
then you got Turban Man saying fucking I want fucking people to clean my fucking shoes and shit like that.
No, he don't come to Tommy's protest.
He's been chucked out a long time. That's why he's bitter.
Right.
When he got found out, he got chucked out.
Why don't Tommy stand as a politician?
Criminal record.
He don't want to do politics. He's a journalist.
I know exactly what he is, Amos. The question was why.
No, but that's what he said himself. That's what he said. He's been asked that many a time.
Well, because up until they started letting terrorists in on the left, you weren't allowed to have a criminal record to be a politician.
Well,
Right,
fucking
we'll stop them
politicians,
now.
police,
We'll
they've all
stop
got
them
criminal
now.
records.
He's deep state as well, Dave.
Yeah, I know, but I understand that, Smart. What I'm saying is, but why don't he now? Why
Because
is it?
he
Why
turns
hang
around and
on,
said,
can I finish my point? Can I finish my point, please? So with all the greatest of respect, right, I'm not a fan, I'm not a hater. So it lead all these people to protest, right? But what does it actually achieve? Why doesn't he elevate it to the next level where he starts educating all these followers and people that go
he
to
probably
protest
wouldn't be
about the
welcome in politics.
legalities and all the rest of it that comes with this country to actually challenge the people in power with the knowledge of that they're being armed with. Why not do that?
But he says he
Because
don't want to.
because that
He's been
doesn't
asked.
that doesn't get the grift, does it?
So I would say this, Dave. I can only tell you this. Number one, it's not a protest, it's a rally. Okay? He does rallies.
What's the difference?
I think the difference is that a rally, that you stand together. You're not sort of like marching up and down the street. You're
It's
in one
different
place,
in the name of legalese, Dupes, with all due respect.
And
that's all.
Well, okay, and you're being
You know that,
entertained,
Dupes. Come on.
and you have speakers.
That in Irish.
You know, you're not just marching down the streets chanting and stuff like that. So,
but most of your speakers are foreign entities.
So is uniting Europe?
Well, we don't want to be united with Europe, do we?
Want to do Britain
well,
first?
the thing is, this
Europeans are
this,
having the same problem with the levels of immigration,
and
like
it's
we are.
spreading. So what we're feeling here, they're feeling all over Europe.
Europeans have already written in the law now that they're sending people home.
That's right.
Yeah, but the thing is they're getting stronger, just like we are, like in the UK.
Well, I don't believe we are.
No, of course we aren't.
No, the movement's getting stronger, and hopefully,
what movement? What movement?
United Kingdom, UTK.
Yeah,
I think he's a Pied Piper, and you're being blinded.
I think you're just watching a load of fucking grifters.
Yeah.
It's a load of grifters. It's a load of grifters.
You're entitled to think that.
I was waiting for that.
I think that when Tommy Robinson had his money stopped years ago, he shouldn't have done. I think for 10 years he wasn't getting money off a grift. There was a long period of time where he's not monetized. Even on YouTube, I don't think he can be monetized. So if he gets money and donations, so be it. He's done a lot more than a lot of mouthy cunts on YouTube have done.
So, if you want to put it that way, you could say that.
You know.
Yeah,
there's a lot of people that sit using his name, and I'm not talking about YouTube, but there's a lot of people who sit criticising him day in, day out, and monetising themselves off the back of it. You know, but no one seems to moan about them grifting because they're criticising him. So I would say that there's a little bit of bias that clouds people's judgments.
Yeah, this is why I said at the very beginning, though, Jeeps, I'm neither a fan nor a hater, so I'm neutral, right? So for me, I just can't see where these rallies lead to, because you can whip up a frenzy, you can get 5-10 million people there, but if you're not going to elevate it, then what's the point?
Dave is definitely getting heard in Parliament. It's getting heard all around the world, mate.
Yeah.
Come on.
It put pressure last time. It'll put pressure again.
So, all right, Hammers, let's go with your theory there, right? That it's getting heard in Parliament. Is it being acted upon in Parliament? No.
No, but it's putting the fucking wind up him.
But listen, you can put the wind up.
All it did last time was get reform in. And there's Sharon, and there's Sharon.
I wouldn't say Tommy got reforming. I wouldn't say that.
He stood there on the stage. Me and Dave were in the chat.
Tommy Robinson as supports Restore.
It doesn't mean.
Yeah, I know he supports Restore now, but he stood there. Me and Dave were in the chat. Me and Dave were in the chat, and he said to everybody in the crowd,
Yeah, we did. Yeah.
Put your hands up who voted for reform. And practically everybody put their hand up.
Yeah.
Right, but
and that was when Farage turned his back on him. After he elevated Farage. And then the next rally, he then started pushing Advanced. You know,
it doesn't mean
another
it doesn't know
entity.
why that happened, don't you, Simon?
It doesn't mean he's influenced like one reform the election, doesn't it?
So
we got loads of Muppets down here that all follow Tommy, that all voted reform, and that's why we got 28 councillors.
Yeah, but this is why the country's in a state.
And now they're all going, fucking hell, these bastards are fucking trying to ruin Cornwall.
Who did you want them to vote for? Tory or Labour?
Neither. Fucking spoil your ballot.
See, the thing
is, so the spoiled ballots don't count. So then,
I know they don't count no more, but they used to count.
No one knew what. Nobody knew what reform was going to do. Right? Everyone was saying that they were our only hope, and at the time they were.
Yeah.
And then
because fucking Farage was saying the right things again. Look, Farage just said the right things about everything and then fucking run away.
I don't know Farage. I don't know why you're going at me.
No, I ain't going at anybody. I'm just saying Farage. I said that he said the right things about everything, and all he's done is lie in his pockets. That's all he's done. He's done fucking for anybody else.
You know, everyone wants a fucking answer. Everyone wants help there. Like we're all screaming out for it. So. We want a political
I need to correct this, right? The reason that Tommy Robinson come out and said vote for Farage is because, and this is from Paul Falk's own lips, when Tommy Robinson was in prison, he went to Tommy Robinson in prison and told him to influence people to vote for Farage because Farage had promised him stuff.
Yeah.
And then he reneged on the deal. But me personally, I think that Paul Falk went to Farage and said, "Oh, if you back up Tommy, you know we can get their people to vote for you." And then he went to Tommy and said, "Oh, if you back up Farage, we can get him to do stuff." And neither of them.
Yeah, but Paul Falk was talking nonsense. I'll tell you why. Because Smiler said a minute ago when we watched that rally, as you called it, a rally. That all those people put their hands up. So what was Paul Falk trying to achieve?
Right, Paul Falk did not have
Paul Falk wants to be an MP, doesn't he?
Can I finish talking? Paul Falk didn't have no contact with Nigel Farage. He did have contact with a lot of reform because he used to have him on his panel.
Yeah, but he said on his own panel that he went to the prison and told Tommy.
Yeah, but I don't think he had direct contact with Farage. He had a lot of people in his camp coming on there. There was a lot of councillors and that coming on there, and he was influenced by them, I guess.
Look, he sat down. I can't remember who he sat down with. He sat down with somebody having a coffee. There was a couple of girls behind him, and he was disillusioned with Tommy. And he said, "Look how much money I bought. Look at the people that I bought. These people would never have got behind Tommy. Blah 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 blah." Paul Falk. Like Paul Falk was doing an interview. I think it was what was that Liverpool guy, the big guy in Liverpool that goes around Manchester and all that.
Billy Moore.
Billy Moore. I think he was talking to Billy Moore, and he was talking about leaving. It was after the actor. You know, the cokehead, he had already left.
Who?
The actor, the cokehead, the one that got done for setting fire to the flags.
I don't know.
He burnt the LGBT flags in his garden.
Yeah, I know.
Who's he on about?
The actor, you know, the one that used to go
the posh geezer who was on stage with Tommy.
Oh, that Lawrence Fox.
Lawrence Fox, yes. Lawrence Fox.
I didn't know he burnt fucking LGBTQ flags.
Yeah, he got arrested for it. So he had already left. Paul Falk was already like itchy feet. He had already been arrested once at the airport and put in the glass cage, and he was like, itchy feet, cold feet, whatever, and he was talking to him and saying how disappointed, how much money he's brought in. He's bought like football teams and fuck knows what else, and big money people and people that he's dealt with for years. That would
Paul
never
didn't
have
buy a
got,
football team. He was just in. He just
no,
worked
he brought football teams into that, like owners and managers and shit like that, to start backing Tommy. That's what Fort was saying, right? That was coming out of
That's
his mouth.
interesting. I'll have to find that interview. I didn't even know that.
Yeah.
happened.
Yeah.
I mean, the thing for me, Jubes, sorry, Jubes, I'll just say this quickly. The thing for me, right, is that Tommy has not got what I would say, even though people might disagree with me, that see, like people from mixed backgrounds, like myself and other people, right? Now, they're not exactly confident or overconfident about supporting or following Tommy Robinson.
Well, I've seen plenty of mixed people at those marches.
Yeah, loads of.
Well, that's right. I was pointing at how many pensioners and wheelchair users and everything else that were there.
Not being funny, that they're quite comfortable there as well.
Well, the reason is you see them up front is because they give the disabled and those that are sort of like elderly, they put them up front so that they don't get problems getting through the crowd and stuff. It's not because they're all elderly there. The further back you go, you'll start seeing the younger ones.
But see, you take Smiler, for example, right? So his granddad's black, but if you look at Smiler, you would identify him as just being a pure white man, right? So how many white faces are there that are actually from a mixed heritage that don't even know about it?
Oh, I don't know. But I know there's enough. It don't really matter. There's enough mixed people there to know that they're welcome.
Yeah, but it's not. It does matter, because if you're saying there's 3% of the population, or just over, right, that's 3% that you're going to lose.
Who's going to lose 3%?
Why are you going to lose?
Well, Tommy ain't going to get the support of over 3% of the mixed population.
Well, I certainly don't think ethno-nationalists or the Green Party are either.
No, I'm not saying they are, but what I'm saying is because of what they perceive to be the links with him and the ethno-nationalist, and the fact that he used to be the leader of, or was a member of the EDF, which is no longer, then, is he still got that same point of view?
That was when he was 21, for fuck's sake.
Yeah, I know, Jude. I know it was years ago, that's what I'm saying, but does that still apply today?
No.
Well, it does. It does with the media, yes.
Right, so, Jubes, when you was growing up, did you experience any racism as a child in this country?
No, I didn't know.
Really?
No, I didn't.
Say that again?
No, I
I'm
didn't
saying,
know.
as a child, as we're of a similar age, did you experience any racism growing up in this country?
Yeah, I did when my granddad came to a school play.
I remember walking down the road with my dad and people shouting out back here. Yeah.
Eyes, you're not hidden. You sat there in the chat. I can see you in the chat.
So, I'm not saying, things are not better today, but it hasn't gone away, has it?
I come from a part of London where the school that I went to, there was a lot of blacks in the school, knew them.
Yeah, but I'm from South London too, and we also had a diverse classroom.
Mixed-face friend. Yeah, exactly.
But that was at the time when...
My parents didn't give a fuck. That was at
the time when...
in our street. I don't know what's going on.
That was at the time when NF and British Movement was fighting with the left and that, it was growing then, so very similar to what it's doing now.
The first bit of racism that I really saw, that I took as real racism and not just general ignorance from someone saying something that they didn't mean to be racist but would be perceived as racist, would be online from black people.
What do you call them, the old black activists?
Yeah. And I'll tell you something.
The thing is, People
It
are
Yeah,
blind.
traumatised me, and I didn't know how to react to it.
It was rife on Velez.
People are
Yeah.
blind, like with racism from black people, aren't they? Like not a lot of people.
Well, I didn't know how to react to it because I'd never suffered it. I'd never seen it, so I
Well,
reacted like a street person.
I think
You know,
actors
if you
spoke,
call
didn't they?
if you call someone a slag when walking down the street where I live for no reason, they say, "Oh, shut up, you slut." You know what I mean? That's
Yeah.
just how you are on the street. Or if there's someone's having a row with you and they go, "Fuck, look at the state of your house," you go, "Look at the state of your house." Do you know what I mean? So when they were racist to me, I sort of like just reversed the word and gave it back, but I didn't know how to handle it. I'd never seen it. I've never felt it. It was madness. Absolute madness. You know?
Well, like,
Bearing in mind, you're sort of what I would consider outer London as opposed to inner London.
Well, yeah, maybe, but you would have thought I would have seen
It's
it
a
more then,
bit
wouldn't you?
different inner London.
You know, but all I know is that people weren't bothered about people's colour. There was nothing stopping anyone from dating anybody. There was nothing. There was no eyebrows raised. There was none of that. It was.
Well, I think my mum and dad did suffer a lot. You know, they did many a time because it was like late 50s. He come over, so it weren't really publicised with like dark skinned fella being with a white woman. It weren't really out there then, so I think he suffered it early days as well.
But maybe I just didn't notice it. I don't know. Maybe it went over my head when it did happen. But I can't. I mean, I had black friends. I had black friends that my sister had a best friend that was black that used to stay at our house regular. You know,
Yeah, but your family were, you know, sort of not the rule to accept you, because I'm sure there was many people that were accepting, but there was just equally as many people that were unaccepting.
But I don't know. I mean, my mum and dad were both white English. Next door to us on one side, when I was growing up, in the house. Well, when I was born in East London. I can't really remember much of the neighbours. At 5, we moved to South London onto the Ferrier estate, which is now knocked down. But living on that Ferrier estate from the age of 5 until I was 11, I can remember every neighbour because all the kids played together. So next door to us was an Irish family. Next door to them was another Irish family. The ones next door to us were Protestant. The ones next door to them were Catholic. Then on the other side, there was a English woman married to a Moroccan man. Next door to that was a Turkish man married to an English woman. Next door to that was English, and then there was a Bangladeshi bloke married to a white woman. So for me, it was normal seeing people that were in interracial
We've just met all your neighbours.
Yeah. That was on that estate. And then at 11, my parents bought, and they bought in Blackheath. Went to Blackheath, no problem. You know, people didn't fucking care who you were. You know, and we bordered on Lewisham. I mean, everyone goes on about the Battle of fucking Lewisham like it was something fucking dramatic. Yeah, all right, it was a little bit, but fucking hell, nothing like today. I think there's more racism today than there was when I was growing up.
Lewisham is a shocking lefty borough. It's crazy borough, that is.
So, you know.
But can you see that, Jupes, that the F-Dome that's really grown legs? There's more. See, since COVID, right, they've pushed these migrant boats over and over, and there's more and more and more. So these groups, like i.e. Britain First, UKIP, what's the other one? Like, you know, they're just growing legs, aren't they? You know, and they're getting bigger and bigger, and they're obviously getting money for their campaigns, and they're You know what I mean? So,
Are they
which
the
I
only
think,
two groups, though, Hammers?
no, there's loads of little
So,
groups. There's
so
loads of little
I've
naughty
been on
groups.
here.
Dave,
I've been on
Dave,
here
I'm
long
talking about the
enough.
proper far right, mate. There's some naughty fucking groups out there.
Yeah,
Yeah, but that's
there
what I'm
are.
saying to you. Are they the only two? I don't believe they
No,
are.
no. There's quite a few, Dave, but I don't know them all. Well, you know what I mean?
There's
But
loads of groups, right? So there's White Vanguard. I think they've split up now anyway. Something to do with homosexuals falling out. You've
what was
got
that?
you've got Patriotic Alternative.
No.
You've got
Well, they're in Scotland, though. Yeah.
No, Patriotic Alternative was Laura and Mark Collett.
Mark Collett,
Okay.
Yeah. You've got Britain First.
Yeah.
You've got ex-BNP running around collectively together. I don't know what they call themselves now. You've got UKIP on the right.
Mm-hmm.
You've got who else? There's another group. I just can't think of their name. Then you've got the Scottish group. That like to
We're
get
not
involved with
saying
everything.
they were parties. We're saying that they're groups.
Factions. He's talking about factions.
Mm.
Yeah, and there's quite a lot of little groups in that who we don't know about, but there's some naughty ones, little ones, like, you know.
Then you got the old NF that with Tony Martin. Tony Martin's still knocking about, by the way. But
yeah, I've seen him at protests. I see him somewhere.
Yeah.
Hang on, you see him at protest, but I thought the security kicked those people out.
No. I was watching a protest. Someone was filming up Manchester or somewhere. Yeah. Majority of the time, people don't. I remember Vanguard got pushed out of Southampton as well. They noticed them and that, and they rounded them up and they said, "Look, you got to go. No, you got to go." And the police got involved and cornered them off.
Yeah, at Southampton they got run out.
Tommy's protest.
One of the UTK rallies they got.
Yeah, I remember that.
My fear
I was watching them because
those groups will actually derail what everybody wants to happen.
Well, I think my impression is, because as I said, I stood right next to them and they was all getting rounded up because they wouldn't take their masks off. And what it is, I think they're trying to grow their groups. They're going there to grow their groups.
Yeah, they do.
By growing their groups, what they're doing is they're damaging the one thing that everybody should be unified on, is that all illegal invaders, immigrants, should be stopped and fucking booted out of the country.
Yes, but then people want to deport me and me boy and that, you know what I mean? They don't want me here.
Yeah, but in what sense? So Dave, let me ask you this.
They would, if you listen to how Steve Laws talk, you know, I've got to go.
Yeah, I don't like Steve Laws. So Dave, let me ask you this, right?
Yeah, go on.
What do you mean by they're going to damage things? Because if you're talking
I'll tell you why they're going to damage things, because how can you differentiate one white person from another unless you actually talk to each individual person on what their views are? Their particular.
Same for blacks, isn't it?
You could apply that, but then like when you go to these rallies, it's predominantly white, isn't it?
No, I'm not talking about at the rallies, right? If you don't want to go to a rally, that's up to you. That's your choice. But I'm wondering why you think it affects the future, because you do know that anyone can vote for any politician.
Well, I'm acutely aware of that, yes.
Yeah, cool. So I'm not saying it to be snotty to you. I'm just saying.
No, I know. But what I'm saying to you is this: it don't just affect the white people.
So with Restore, if National Socialists even, and I can't stand National Socialists, want to go and vote for Restore, it's none of our business. They're entitled to a vote.
I'm not questioning who votes for who. All I'm saying is that, you know, you can have all these rallies and all this extravagant, all this money spent and all this support, right? Because everybody wants the one core thing, irrespective of what political group you're from and what you believe in. Now, what I'm saying is, by these ethno-nats turning up, it's going to put off people, say from mixed race backgrounds or other colours, from attending. You can have far more support.
Dave, this is why they get stopped and get thrown out, in my opinion.
So, Dave, let me get this right. What ethno-nationalists do you see attending? Can you name them?
I can't actually name them, no. Can you name them all? No, no one can name them all because you don't know who they are.
There's loads of people that are ethno-nationalists that are there. You are.
No, yeah, but what I'm saying to you is, you don't know who's walking amongst you, do you? None of you do, and you all claim you do, but you don't.
Dave, they soon get found out because...
Hammers, come on, you don't know yourself. Come on, man.
Listen, people know them, Dave. People have seen them at rallies, you know. They're not, like, invincible. But when they come to a Tommy's rally and there's no mask, there's a rule, no mask, and they don't want to take their masks off, you got to go. It don't matter who you are.
But the point I'm making is, because of all these divisions, yeah, none of us are going to achieve or get the result that we want. Right, so let's do it this way. Dupes, do you want the invaders here or not?
No.
Right, do you, Hammers?
No, of course not.
Right, I don't. How about you, Smiler?
No.
Right, so we can all agree on that. Now, apart from that, we might all have different outlooks, opinions, perspectives. So rather than put all those perspectives and opinions aside, this is the point I'm trying to make, Jubes, is all these different groups are running around and it's just going to derail it. Whereas we've just agreed on a very one thing that everybody should be agreeing on in the first instance, and then afterwards have the discussion about, the complexities and the differences.
Yeah, but I'm not the one talking about differences. You are.
No, I know I am. But look, Jupes, if you're banging the drum, right, for what you want, and someone comes along and fucking puts a hole in your drum, well, you ain't banging that drum anymore, are you?
No, but I don't understand what you're getting at, because the way I
think GC's point quite.
Yeah, the way I look, this is the way I look at things. Tommy Robinson is an activist. Rupert Lowe is a politician. Nigel Farage is a politician, etc., etc., etc. When it comes down to your vote, you're supposed to look at the politicians, and it's one man, one woman, one vote. You vote for who you want to, and in a true democracy, whoever, if it's not rigged, whoever the majority want gets in. And if all the right just come out and vote for who they really want, what's it got to do with anyone else?
I think you answered it earlier, Dave. Anyway, you can't stop people from coming to your rally.
No, you can't. But what I'm saying is, with all these different groups, if they all agree on that one thing, but yeah, they all got different points of view with who should be in the country and who shouldn't.
Because they want
have that. Yeah, but hang on, have that for a later date. If we've just all four of us all agreed on something, right? This is what I'm saying. Just take us as four different groups, even though we're not.
Dave, you're talking about common sense, mate. Yes, I understand, yeah.
And that's what should be happening, and it's not happening.
Mm.
Well, it is happening because Rupert Lowe has come out and put all his policies out there. So has Advance, and so has Farage. Farage looks like he's left-leaning, so he can be fucked off. When it comes to Advance,
is right there. Look,
Ben has come across as weak, so he can fuck off. And the way he overreacted to do with the fact that he couldn't amalgamate with fucking Restore just goes to show he's a wailing baby. And if he was in number 10, he might have a meltdown when he's under duress. So that means that we're left with Restore. Restore's policies is not based on colour. So I don't know what people are worried about.
I think it's because everyone's been speaking about this Steve Laws and other fractions of it.
Yeah, but Steve, people need to understand that Steve Laws and National Socialists and even extreme ethno-nationalists, because not all ethno-nationalists are extreme.
No.
Yeah, even they have a right to vote. And if they want to vote for Rupert Lowe, who in particular is what I want, who I'd like to get in, right? The way I look at it, if they want to vote for Rupert Lowe, whoop-de-doo, because that helps him over the finish line. It doesn't mean that he's going to bring in policies for them. Do people not understand, right, that Rupert Lowe, Steve Laws has already been on record as saying that Rupert Lowe doesn't go as far as what he would actually like, but he'd go for him because he considers him somebody on the right that will keep his word, and so that's why he'd go for him. The policies between Advance and Rupert Lowe are no different, by the way. The only difference is the man. There's no way I'd vote Ben after the way he reacted.
Yeah, he was a bit through his toilet.
I never trust him, Jubes.
I think Ben and Rupert will get together eventually.
I hope not.
Ben shouldn't even be in government.
Why is
He's
that?
not to be trusted, Smiler.
Why? Because he had a little spat online.
Sorry?
Because he had a little spat online. Is that what you're saying?
No, because of his character.
Yeah, I agree with you. We should be judging people on their character, and that's exactly what
but
Rupert Lowe's
are
policies
you going on about what he said to Rupert
No,
online?
no, Hammers. You can't go on one event. I've said it for time. His character doesn't resonate.
Yeah, but where's it come from now? I don't understand.
What do you mean? Where's he coming from? Where is he coming from, Hammers?
No. Where are you coming from with his
Where
character?
am I coming from? I don't trust the man. He ain't of good character.
Oh, well, that's you. That's your point then.
Yes.
But what I'm saying is I think that they will link up eventually, yes.
Well,
we'll have to see, though, Amos. Look,
Yeah,
3 years is a long time. Some scandal could come out tomorrow that makes me absolutely distrust Rupert Lowe. And I'm like, well, the best option is going to have to be Ben and X. We've got nothing else. You know, I mean, at the end of the day, we don't know what's going to happen in the next 3 years. But at the moment, Rupert Lowe is the one that's got integrity. He's the one that's kept his word. He's the one that's got policies. And as far as I'm concerned, he's the politician I want in power. But that doesn't mean I can't support Tommy Robinson as well. I think Tommy Robinson, we would never have got this far and I think if people had listened to Tommy in 2009, we wouldn't be in this situation.
The thing is, when Rupert chooses his people who he wants to be with him, we're not all going to like him. One might be Ben. You know what I mean? Like, it's just how it is, like in life, isn't it?
So you want another Pakistani running the country?
If that's what Rupert chooses, then yes. And not running the country, because he's already said he don't want to be the main man.
No, Ben Habib.
He's already said that he didn't want to be the main man. He wanted Rupert to be the main man.
Somebody who's adamantly supporting Israel.
Come on, Smile. Leave the Israel shit out of it, mate.
Why are you leaving it?
You can't help it, can you? You
Zionists of government.
To who they want.
Yeah, we got zogs everywhere.
Yeah, but it's your agenda,
No, you go and have a look and see what the lobbyist groups are actually doing.
What's wrong with supporting Israel? Like?
Well, it should be Britain first, shouldn't it be Britain first?
Yeah, of course it's Britain first, yes. So what, you can't support other countries?
So you push through all the fucking Zionist shit.
But that's your agenda, because you got an agenda against the Jews.
Who's pushing through Zionist shit? I don't get it. Who we arguing
about? LFI, CFI.
Who we arguing
about? Yeah, but stop talking in codes. We don't understand all your codes.
What's code? CFI, Conservative Friends of Israel.
Right, I have no problem with Israel being a homeland, because I want a homeland here.
Exactly. Yeah, so I'm a Zionist, yeah.
No, but it's all a lobbying. It's all a lobbying, changing British rules, getting involved in our court systems, getting involved in all the AI
got
shit.
Policies to address that, hasn't he?
Yeah, apparently.
Yeah, but you're
unless he goes and kisses the Wailing Wall, he ain't getting in anyway.
Though. It's not exclusively aimed at Jews, though. It's to make sure that there's a balance within Parliament. That he is
shuffling.
Address that.
So I think all groups should be coming together, regardless of their differences, and getting that over the finishing line first.
Yeah, well said, Dave. Well said, mate. Yeah.
Yeah, it might happen nearer the time, Dave.
Listen,
I
I'm
hope so, James.
going to go anyway. Listen, lovely talking to you. I'll be listening because I'm
Yeah,
shattered. I
later,
need some
Hammers.
sleep. I'll
Night,
be out
Hammers.
again. See you later, bro. All the best.
Mate,
Yeah, take care.
Bye, mate. See you tomorrow.
Yeah, so
Bye,
I think it might do nearer the time, but yeah, later's Hammers. But personally, I just think people don't have to stand together at protests. They don't. You know.
Yeah.
If oh God, we've got back.
Dave?
Oh, sorry. There you go.
There you go.
Yeah. If ethno-nationalists don't want to go to Tommy Robinson's march, don't go. If people don't want to go and stand with white supremacists, they don't stand with white supremacists. It don't mean when it comes to the voting, the day of voting, that you can't cast your vote for the same person.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I think activism and politicians are two different things. Yeah, he does. He does have a channel.
Yeah, I'm just getting it. Just getting it.
And that's the thing, though, Jupes, is there's too many diversions and distractions being put out there right now.
Yeah. Well, for me, I just think it's this, Dave, right? I think that's only on Twitter and, well, X and here. I think in the real world, I think the diversions is real life. I don't think it's little no marks sitting on channels talking shit. But I think that's down to people to push back on the National Socialists and say, look, that's not what's been written down by Rupert Lowe. Let's stick to these policies and what it represents. And it's not based on skin colour, but there is discriminatory laws there based on character. And I think that's brilliant. I also think he wants to do something about all the illegals coming in straight away and getting them out. I think that's brilliant. I think all the ones waiting in the system, he wants to get rid of them. I think that's brilliant. He wants to do something about the indefinite leave to remain and change it up. I think that's brilliant. There's a lot of things that he wants to do that are good and positive. Will he see it through? I don't know. What choice do we have?
Will he be allowed to see it through? That's the question.
You know?
How does he get rid of the globalists? How does he get rid of the puppet masters? That's more the point.
Well, he seems to be listening to varied people. So, I mean, I think he listens to Graham Moore and a lot of his constitutional stuff. I think he listens to a lot of other people as well.
I'd rather vote for someone who's a bit more balanced.
So who are you going to vote for then?
Well, originally I was going to vote Reform only strategically because they're already in the door. But I ain't going to vote for Farage because he's just a career politician.
Okay.
They've already been up and licked the wall.
Yeah, so that ain't going to happen.
So who are you going to vote for then?
I'm still floating like a turd in the toilet.
You know,
I want to see more. I want to hear more, Jupes, before I make an informed decision.
Oh yeah, definitely. That's what I always say to people. I am definitely Restore at the moment, but anything can happen in 3 years.
He might have a heart attack before then.
You know, nobody knows. Politics is a funny old game.
That's what Greavesy said about football.
Yeah.
The UK was promised to Rupert 3,000 years ago. Get on, Urban.
But, you know, and I think it's good that people are debating, but I don't think that a lot of this, look, I think the ethnicity debate is done and dusted. If you're English, you know you're fucking English. If you've got English blood in you, you know you've got English blood in you. If you're Scottish, Welsh, Irish, you know that you've got that in you. If you don't know that you've got that in you, then you're obviously not of it. You're not of the blood, are you? Ethnicity wise, you're not. So it's as simple as that. I don't know why we have to keep having this argument, but I think it's because there are some individuals that would like to turn it into a racial sort of like situation. But it's not about race. It's not about race. It's about culture. It's about the whole way of life. It's about the economics. It's
but people say English culture. People say English culture, Dupes. I'm still waiting for somebody to tell me what English culture is.
Okay, well, it's our language for a start. It's different to
well, that's Germanic. That's Germanic,
right? Well, it's not. German is completely different to English.
Well, English is a German.
Yeah, but the origin was Germanic, okay, but derived now we know it as English.
Yeah, so it's different.
It's a bastard language, English. It's a mix of Germanic, Greek, Latin, fucking, you know, it's a mix of French.
Well, I beg to differ. I don't think that mixed people are bastards.
Well,
so why
no, I say that in the nicest term, that it's a bastardized language, which it is. It's not a pure language. It's only a pure language now as we know it in modern day times, but it's still a bastardized language.
Well, that's your opinion. The way I see it, the way I see it, if you can distinguish between German and English, and you need a translator, then the two languages are different. So, English. What is English culture? Speaking the English language. Then
Tea scones, cricket, Morris dancing.
Yeah, our traditions, our weddings.
Yeah, Sunday roast.
You know, our weddings. Some countries believe that you can have 3 or 4 wives. Other countries believe you only have one. Our traditional wedding wear. The fact that we use knife and forks and not fucking chopsticks.
The Arches on Radio 4.
You know, there's plenty of things. Our fashion. You know, the clothes that we wear. Our traditional dress is different to other people's, suit and tie. You know, very aristocratical. What is it?
Aristocratical.
Yeah. You know.
Yeah, Yorkshire tea.
Yeah. front lawn and borders. You know, you think about it.
Yeah, borders.
Jam and scones.
What borders? Jam and scones.
Exactly.
Yorkshire pudding.
Yeah, but our borders have been totally rode over, haven't they? And this is the thing. First thing that politicians need to work on is ripping up all these stupid agreements that really don't resonate with modern day times.
Don't say
I was
fish
talking
and
about
chips.
borders around the piece of grass.
Well, no, fish and chips weren't that a 4B2 in creation.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, but it's become part of our
yeah, we've taken it and we've sort of immersed it into our culture.
Well, same as bagels, isn't it?
Yeah.
No.
So there are things that we could say, but then, you know, I think once to get a country back, it's going to take a long, long time, and to build it back to where it should be, it's going to take generations, decades.
Yeah, maybe, Dave, right? And maybe we're never going to live to see it. But let me.
No, we won't.
Yeah, but let me just put it this way, right? There are people in history, in ancient history, that took 500 years to finish a cathedral.
Yep.
So, you know, you've got to start somewhere.
I know.
And if you don't have solid foundations, you're not going to be able to build. So we are the foundation makers.
Yeah, of course. And did you know, Jupes, right, just interestingly, that my borough was the first borough in London to have a black mayor in 1913. So we never had diversity then.
Well.
You know, this is what gets me with this government. Oh, we need more diversity. You had diversity. Smile had diversity. I had diversity as a kid growing up.
Yeah, but we all know that it's an agenda, don't we?
Of course.
Well, my granddad was Royal Fleet Auxiliary, and then he was chef on fucking Ark Royal.
You know, there has to be a balance, and I always liken it to the glass of squash. The, you know, Britishness or Englishness, whatever you want to describe it or call it, is the concentrate. The immigration is the dilution with the water. You over dilute that drink, you've ruined it.
Yeah.
The only one good thing, Dave, that I will say that people need to cling on to is that there is going to be a positive effect from the negative. Because when our economy really hits the bottom and everything completely crashes, all these economic migrants and all these ponces are going to go running off to another country.
Right.
It's only
in
going
the
to be the
meantime,
faithful that stay and build.
right. Okay. So basically, then the people of this country, irrespective of colour, because I do include black and brown as well, because they've contributed to society and have multi-generational families too, right? Now, they too then are going to suffer like white people are going to suffer.
Of course they are. I said economic migrants. I didn't say any colour.
No, I know, I know.
My doctor today at hospital was black.
And that's the point I'm making, Jubes, is that we as people, irrespective of colour, have got to suffer and endure hardship.
Well, that's because a lot of people went and voted in Labour.
Well, no, that's because a lot of people didn't go to vote.
Yep, that as well. And that's why it's really important this time, if you're on the right, that you go out and vote, and it don't matter. Well, it does matter who you vote for, but use your vote. Just use your vote.
If voting worked,
no,
they wouldn't
Smiler,
allow
I
us to
disagree
vote.
with you. I disagree with you. Yeah. Because otherwise we're going to end up with more cunts in power that are just going to hand over the baton and do even more shit.
So the thing is this, right, Jube? So at these polling stations, when you see the TV cameras roll in and they're all counting away and opening these plastic boxes and so on, who's to say what political persuasion these people are that are meant to be counting these votes?
Yep.
Well,
I've always questioned that.
And they make you vote. They make you vote in pencil. And they make you vote in pencil.
Yeah, I know. Take your pen. I always take a pen.
Yeah.
You know.
Well, I ain't including those enter, but then you could say there's white people that are just as bad as well. Blunt. I mean, we had this discussion, I think, before on Smilers about colour and, you know, what your view is, my view is, and we differ on that. But the one thing we can agree on is that you don't want the immigrants here. I don't want the immigrants here. I think most of the people don't want the immigrants here. So at least we can agree on that one thing. I still urge you to go and get a DNA test done, though, Blunt, honestly.
Right, enter name here, right?
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Blunt Crusader, enter name here.
Yeah. What I will say to you is this: 2011 riots wasn't just strictly. It might have started about Mark Duggan, but it wasn't strictly about. It was also to do with the economy. There was a lot of white people that I know that went out and rioted because they were angry with the government. They weren't happy.
Well, a lot of people just jumped on the bandwagon because everyone was going out looting. Even my mates were telling me, come on. And I'm like, no, I'm not doing it.
Yeah. Well, I'm not saying too much, but yeah.
And let's be fair, it might be that the youth were angry, as you say, with government and how things were, but really the flashpoint was Mark Duggan.
It was Mark Duggan, but to be honest, what they were writing over was stupid. I got swept up in emotion and thought, oh, yeah, it was unfair. But when you look back and you look at all the detail of it and everything else, man had a fucking gun on him and threw it away. How would a police officer meant to know that, you know?
Well, they're just acting on information, isn't they?
You know, he was just doing his job, and I don't say that lightly, because there are some arseholes that do their job, you know, on orders and know that it's wrong. But if you're faced in a life-threatening situation, someone's got a gun, and they're going,
Yeah.
you know, you can understand that something might go wrong at that moment in time. So.
All right, and then he's talking about the Brixton riots now of '81. Well, if black people are fed up to the teeth of being stopped by the police and profiled all the time, well, wouldn't you be pissed off? Because not all black people are bad, are they? Let's face it. I've grown up with some good ones and bad ones.
There's some things that I agree with them for protesting on, and other things that I look at and think, nah. I didn't agree with George Floyd.
No, that was nonsense.
Yeah, I didn't agree with that at all. I didn't even agree with the Black Lives Matter movement, actually, once I found out all the politics behind it.
Because all lives matter.
Yeah.
Well, they were both a Jewish thing anyway.
But anyone who's being treated unfairly has a right to protest, even if I dislike the people. If they're being treated unfairly, you should be allowed a right to protest.
So, if you look back for history in this country, then, Blunt, you won't find one single bit of, how should we say, disruption then from the indigenous people. That's not true. You know, you come out with something the other day and I researched it and you were totally wrong. And yet you didn't even acknowledge it. And I thought to myself, well, you can't just do the bits that suit you, because if I say something and I've got it wrong, I'll stand corrected.
Are you talking to me or that bloke?
No, I'm talking to enter name here, which is Blunt Crusader.
Oh, okay. How can you be a blunt crusader? You ain't going to get very far.
Well, you'd have to go to a brother to get your fucking shit, wouldn't you, to get your blunts?
It's a bit mad. Yeah, Jake, fuck off.
Who's that, Jake?
Yeah, but Kaylee's fucking fiance, they're mental.
Oh, I see Kaylee's put out a few bits and pieces.
Listen, she puts my address out every day. I don't talk about her. I don't fucking do streams on her. Everybody said leave her alone. I've left her alone for 2 years. That woman's written to my neighbours. I've reported her to the police, NFA. She's fucking mad. I'm going to go down the route of doing it privately. I'm telling you.
I never knew all that. Sorry to hear.
Yeah, she's mental.
No, she's mental. She's been mental for years.
I remember once upon a time speaking to her on yours back in the day.
Yeah, she was sane at one point, and then he came back out of the mental health fucking vicinity that he was held in. This Jake, because he got 5 years, didn't he?
Mm.
And as soon as he come back on YouTube, she lost the plot again.
I thought she was all about organic growing of mushrooms and stuff like that.
No, they're all into the Hampstead Heath thing, and because I said I don't want to talk about it on my channel,
no, she was into fucking
and because I said that
digging nettles.
That the judge.
What happened on Hampstead then? What was that, George Michael?
No, so Hampstead Heath, there was that. Oh, there was them 2 kids that claimed it all revolved around the family. Okay. Yeah. And the mum said that their dad was abusing the kids to stop them getting custody. But it all turned out, when it all went to court and everything was found out, it turned out that the stepdad and the mum were abusing the children by using physical violence to coerce them into saying things about the father. But they believe that the stepdad and the mum are innocent. Whereas I say I don't want to talk about it because I've looked all through the court transcripts, and I believe that the judge found right based on the evidence that was shown. Now, that's not to say that the judges can't be corrupt. It's not to say that maybe somewhere down the line a bit of evidence come out and then I'll change my mind. But at the moment, that's my point of view. But because I say that They say I'm covering up paedophilia. They're nuts.
Oh, right. I don't know anything about it, James.
Yeah, it's mental. Well, these two kids basically said all the neighbours are involved, the whole school was involved, the local McDonald's was involved, the priest was involved.
They had
They went
babies
right
and,
over the top.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And then what you ended up on YouTube, this was all before my time, by the way. On YouTube, you had one group that believed the dad and one group that believed the stepdad. And they were trolling each other and going at each other and everything else. And, you know, I listened to it. I listened to them out, their point of view and everything else. And then I said, right, well, you know, I think that based on the evidence, the judge could only have found in the way that they did.
And the kids got new identities and fucking that little twat fucking Doxon, didn't he?
Yeah, he went and found their address and he's harassing them because he thinks that they might abuse their children.
Yeah, but they're grown out. Yeah, but they're
Jake
grown
and
out.
Kayla, yeah. They're part of this weird group that believe that you in kidnapping kids off of. It's mad.
And he was in contact. He was in contact with a mother, wasn't he?
Really?
Yeah.
That's fucked up.
Yeah. So I don't want nothing to do with it, and because I've distanced myself from them, all they do is put out my address constantly and call me a paedophile. But the police say you can't do nothing. It's ridiculous.
And then you get your name put up on her wall, and then she turns her camera on and shows everybody's name on her wall.
Yeah.
And we're all guilty. We're all guilty.
She wrote to all my neighbours and told them I was trafficking kids.
That's madness.
Yeah, and I had to come over to the live stream and go.
Reported it all. They didn't do nothing.
She was live streaming, showing the fucking letter and everything else.
What?
I was like, what the fuck? I came over to fucking Valley's and going, fucking hell.
That's deep.
Yeah, but she was doing it all on air.
She's done it to Veli when Veli didn't want her on the channel. She's done it to everybody. Everybody who don't let her go on the channel and talk about it in descriptive. And Jake's really fucking sick because he wants to talk about it in depth description as well. Yeah, if you don't let them on your panel, then they basically troll you, calling you a paedophile.
He's only a few months ago, he's only just been allowed on the internet, hasn't he?
You know, it's been about 2 years now, but he was put inside because he wanted to stick. Irish, correct me if I'm wrong, because Irish will remember, my memory's not brilliant, but something along the lines of he wanted to put cannabis in a little girl's soup.
Yeah. And nettles, wasn't it? Wasn't it nettles tea or something? Was it cannabis or was it nettles? I can't remember.
No, it was cannabis. He wanted to
cannabis. That's right. Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
But I can't remember all the details of it. And they ended
so
up
long
bringing
ago.
away.
It needs to be like that.
Yeah, look, she says she emailed all the schools in Veli's area.
Yeah.
This is what she does.
She's an absolute nutcase, man. Yeah, that's right. It was hemp. Yeah, hemp.
I can't remember what it was. I'm glad that someone reminded me.
That's mad.
Yeah.
Yeah, wanted them to give them hemp tea.
Oh. And it got 5 years, you say?
Yeah, she got put in a. He got put in a mental home. It got sectioned. Because I can't remember what the reason was, but the reason was weird. It was weird.
So now he's deemed fit to be in society again.
Yeah, and he's teamed back up with her, and now she's gone mental as well.
Oh, perhaps he's the new Koresh.
But she puts my address out every day thinking that it's going to affect me. It's not going to affect me, but it will affect her one day. But I've reported her to the police.
They'd done it in here earlier, didn't they?
Yeah.
Well, and the police are doing absolutely nothing about it.
Well, they're doing nothing about it because what she does is show clips from fucking 5 years ago when she first done it, and I had to go at her. And she says, "But look at what she called me." Makes out she's the victim, even though she's done it to about 10 people, and the police must be aware of it.
So based on historical stuff that's now, in the pages of history, they're still sort of trying to balance it out with that. Yet she's still doing regular stuff right now.
Yeah. Every day.
Well, that's not balanced.
I know that.
She was doing community posts earlier.
Only Becca got her in court, and that was because Becca's Muslim, in my opinion.
Mm.
And she only got a fine. Yeah.
That's madness.
Yeah. But she's done it to Becca, she's done it to me, she's done it to Veli. Whether you like the people or not, she also done it to Danny Oakes-Jones. She's done it to loads of people. Babs, at the moment, she's really making Babs ill because she's calling Babs a pedo protector as well.
Yeah,
To Luke.
Yeah, Taffy.
She's
That's
getting
crazy. But surely she could be done for slander and malicious communication, surely.
Well, you would have thought so, but the police said no further action.
Well, I think if you went to a solicitor, I think they might look at that differently.
Well, that's what I'm thinking of doing because I've had enough now. Been looking up the price of it.
Well,
actually go and get her done.
I could send Smiler something that Smiler could present to you on air, and you can read it yourself. And I think you already know yourself that you've got a case, to be fair.
Yep.
Yeah, but you got to try and find a no-win, no-fee lawyer because other than that, it's £500 down straight away. Because, that's the route I went down, and in the end, it worked out cheaper just to do a fucking cease and desist.
Yeah, well, that's what you do. Start off with that.
You do the cease and desist, and then if they don't desist,
I've already given her 2 verbal cease and desist. So
no, it's got to be written.
It's got to be a written. It's got to be a written one.
She's moved. No one knows her address.
Yeah, but you can still email it.
Can you?
Yeah, you can still email it. That's what I did. I emailed.
But it's better if you get a signed, recorded delivery, so it's handed to her. It's all about legalese. So if it's in black and white, it's what's called Jupes, the letter of the law.
Yeah.
But you got to start off with that.
Yeah, that's the first thing. And if you break that, then you can.
Then the solicitor will pick it up, and the court will also pick it up. Because
the police are well aware of her.
It's a lawful order.
Yeah.
Yeah, but the police are well aware of what she's doing, because she tried to get Danny Oakes-Jones done for trolling her when it was her trolling him. And the police didn't bother with him. They looked at all the evidence and they said no, they're not doing nothing. So they know. They've had all Becca's information. They've had all mine. I had got screenshot after screenshot after screenshot of her doxing my address.
Oh, it was mental. It was mental.
She's still doing it as of yesterday. I don't know if she's done it today.
Yeah, she was doing community posts yesterday, wasn't she?
Yeah.
And a live. Did she do a live, I think?
Yeah, and she sits there. I don't go in her chat. I don't engage with her. Don't let her on my panel.
No.
I don't even mention her unless they come in to talk shit.
Why don't agree to disagree? She don't like you, you don't like her, and leave it there.
Well, I've left it there.
No, I'm not saying you haven't. I'm not saying you haven't.
Yeah. No, it's all to do with the fact that she was part of. So if you've ever watched a documentary on it, that Netflix did a documentary on it, and so did Channel 4, right? You'll see the way that the Hampstead Heath trolls trolled the mothers, because what they did was they got the kids to. The parents got the mum and the stepfather got the kids to say that all the other parents were involved and all the other children in the school were being abused as well, right? And those mothers ended up getting trolled and everything else, being called paedophiles and everything. And they eventually did do a lawsuit collectively together, but it took them a few years. Yeah. Well, if you watch the MO of the trolls, you'll see that that's what Kaylee and Jake are doing. Exactly the same. So they've moved on from the parents to people on YouTube.
It's fucking mad.
You know?
And they thought she grew mushrooms.
Yeah.
Yes, GC.
Yeah.
Hey up, Teresa.
No one should be going through that.
Why? Whose eyes talking to?
It's talking to Danny Hood.
Oh, I can't even see him.
Yeah, he's AKA Mr. Beautiful Blues.
Oh, Danny Hood is Beautiful Blues, is it?
Yeah.
Ah, fucking hell. Goodbye, Beautiful Blues.
I thought you knew Smiler.
No.
Irana Zarutska, that poor woman. Yeah, that was a racist attack. Whether people say it wasn't or not, you could tell it was. When he walked away, he said, "I just got the white woman." And she didn't do fuck all to anyone. Innocent victim. That was bad, that was.
Yeah, I'm really surprised about what you said, though, because I've chatted to her in yours a couple of times. I never, ever knew.
Yeah. She went mental.
Oh, she go mental. Have her on your panel, Dave. Fucking hell.
I always got on with her, though, Smiler. So to hear all this, I'm like, wow.
Well, all the uncles were IDF, so I obviously wanted a conversation with her. But you can't have a conversation with a woman. She's a screaming absolute nut job. She is a nut job, man. She turns into a screaming banshee. I think Valley just used to let her up so he could record it and then use it as his intro.
Bloody hell.
No, I think he got upset over it as well in the end because
he did.
She's relentless.
Mm.
But at the moment, it's poor Babs that's under pressure and it's not nice.
Well, she's an elderly lady, isn't she, who goes on yours?
Yeah, Babs, yeah.
Canadian Babs.
Well, see, I thought she was from this country.
No, she's got a Scottish father and I can't remember if it's Canadian mother, but she was adopted. She was adopted, so I think she was adopted by English people. I'm not sure, something like that.
Yeah, I always thought she had like a West Country accent. Don't tell her I said that. I thought she was a yokel.
But yeah. She's got British citizenship, obviously, through her adopted parents and stuff. Yeah. And she's very patriotic, but she still don't deserve what is being done to her. But then none of us do. I mean, I could be a gobby cow, but I just think that's pathetic.
So were they both from the same sort of community then, Jake and her, and Kaylee?
Yeah, they came from the Hampstead trolling group.
Yeah, trolling group. I met them on Valles. Fucking hell.
Yeah, I only know her. I don't know Jake.
I only got to know her on Reels. But yeah, she's right. She was also involved in the King's Flags thing and stuff. But I don't know all the details of it, and I can't be bothered because I weren't around then, and I get confused. They tell me, I get told stuff, and I get it all arse over tits. You know what I mean? And then I have people coming in and chat, and that's not exactly what happened. And I'm like, all right, well. You know,
he just used to troll me for being a meat eater.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, he thinks that McDonald's are selling baby food. He thinks they're all selling babies, and that these kids were made to eat babies.
Yeah.
And it's been made worse by the Epstein files. And don't get me wrong, I do believe there's some truth to the Epstein files and stuff, right?
Mm-hmm.
I think there are probably some Satanists out there, but this case was really, really bad. It started off as a parent who didn't want the dad to see her kids, basically, because she met this bloke. And then it turned out that the stepfather had done it to a family before.
Yeah.
Oh.
He'd done exactly the same thing, got involved with a woman with kids, and made that false accusations and stuff before. So he's got an MO for doing it.
Wow.
That's what I mean. There's so many details to it where I'm like, well, no, in this case, I don't think this is one of those cases. I think it is a genuine case of spitefulness. And there are women out there that will lie like that to stop the father having the kids and stuff.
Yeah.
But I need to go and turn that alarm off in a minute. Where is his phone?
Anyway, I'm going to jump down, Smiler. Lovely chatting with you and Jupes. I'm going to listen in the chat while I'm having my bath, getting ready for my unemployed job.
Yeah, you fucking Skyper. You never went live tonight.
No, I know. It was my night off. I was counting my pip money.
Who hasn't always? Who hasn't seen her kids for 11 years? The mother or...
Anyway, I'll be in the chat, guys. Have a good one. Cheers.
Yeah, laters, Dave.
Catch you later, Dave.
All right, mate.
Yeah. So that's why I can't stand Jake and I can't stand Kaylee.
Yeah, I can't stand it. She hasn't seen a kid. Yeah, because she's still hiding, isn't she? She's still on the run, all eyes.
You know, it's just weird what people do. Anyway, do you want to carry on watching this? Because I want to know what your opinion is on what he says.
Yeah.
While I turn this alarm off, let me go on mute a minute.
All right, on.
Has gone, I had this kind of like weak hope that this was really an opportunity to kind of restore and bring some hope back to Venezuela, because it's desperate what happens there. Maduro goes, is it the brother or the sister gets elected?
Rodriguez, some
relation.
Yeah.
Nothing changes, but since then we've seen a gold deal being done. And as soon as I saw the gold deal, I just thought of Simon Dixon. I was like, well, this explains everything.
Yeah.
Somebody wanted the gold.
Yeah. So Venezuela was part of this multipolar world. So, what the big finance and the financial industrial complex want at this time. I'll just say, for simplicity, FIC, MIC, and TIC, technical industrial complex, military industrial complex, financial industrial complex. Those are the three main factions of power. And obviously you've got media, which serves all interest as well by creating fake narratives to make people think something else is happening. But one of the things that the FIC wants is to box America as a nationalistic state into the Western Hemisphere, dominate it, asset strip the entire West, and also potentially prop up Eurodollar through NATO spending. So you've got to create an environment where Germany, UK, France, Israel, America, those are the 5 captured governments that make up the military-industrial complex. Those governments print money and make sure it is spent into the stock market to prop up BAE Systems, Palantir, all of the different, Boeing, Lockheed Martin, General Dynamic, Elbit Systems, Raytheon, all of these different companies. And they need a brochure because at the moment, if they're going to box this military in that finance controls, they need to control all of the resources that currently the military is dependent upon China for. And so that's the rare earth minerals, that's the commodities, that's the energy, oil, and all of those things. And so they needed to turn Europe into a complete subordinate dependency, which is where it is right now, just being asset stripped for American corporate interest and the stock markets in general. And then they needed to make up all the gaps between all the rare earth minerals components. But they also needed continual war, because if the war's going to remove from other regions, it needs to come back home. And so the only way in a contained structure where the US military used to dominate the entire world and create terrorism around the whole world is that they can only do it at home. So that's why you had this whole open border, closed border, demographic, weaponization of religion, algorithms to drive people into more radical behavior, all of the civil unrest campaigns that we've witnessed, we've seen there. And so Venezuela was not regime change, not taking on drugs. It was keep the regime that was negotiated with world leaders. And so prior to Venezuela, China moved all of its oil. Prior to Venezuela, Russia was changing its interest. Prior to Venezuela, Iran was changing its strategy as well. So you could see all the oil tankers knew that this was about to happen. And there was no reaction from Iran, no reaction from China, and no reaction from Russia. We saw the same in Syria. When there's no reaction from world powers, it means world powers agreed. And so when world powers had agreed, we're going to give America access to all of these resources. They can dollarize the economy through some kind of stable coin. They can destroy the Venezuelan currency, do a currency crash, which was the precursor to Iran as well. And then you can just basically extract all the resources. And that makes up the Western Hemisphere and the new order of America as the dominant force, only for private corporate interests, not for the American people, not for the European people, not for the Venezuelan people, not for the Canadians, not for anyone. And so that region is fully captured. It was a very successful operation. And Maduro, my speculation is, agreed to it. Because, Maduro, if you look at what happened, immediately the Venezuelan stock market went up 300%. That's controlled by a few banks and financial institutions and elites. It's not like across the Venezuelan people. So the stock market did incredibly well. Either Maduro was betrayed by his underparts and the whole structure remained, or Maduro was okay with it and allowed it to happen. We get a Hollywood movie around how amazing America is. They had to do this, operation that was
bigger, better than you ever saw before. But all the silver already went to China and Russia.
Yep, that's what he's saying. Keep listening, because it's making, to me, right, when this bloke spoke, I thought, this does make sense, but let's see what happens. Now, after what's Trump's done in the last couple of days, I'm like, looks like this bloke could be telling the truth, so keep playing.
I spoke about this ages ago. When it all happened. Me and Urban were arguing about it.
very sophisticated. Nobody, there wasn't large deaths. And so America got its Hollywood movie brochure to give to the MAGA. And the MAGA started feeling great about war. We're like, hey, great, we're going to make America great again. We got our oil.
This was a brochure for Iran.
Yeah. It was a brochure. Well, it was a brochure for Iran so that MAGA could think maybe the same will happen again in Iran. And so they're thinking, in, out, very successful operation. No one had to die. And it's, they got the control. But the only reason it was like that was because Russia, China, and Iran effectively decided to forego some of those assets in some of their region. So it was very easy. While America is incredibly weak right now, you get a public display of strength. So what does Trump need? He needs, he changed it to the Department of War. Okay. He gave a display that we're not the war. We don't do the forever war. We're not the neocons like Biden and Clinton and all those people. We're the, let's go get our shit. America's going to dominate. When really it's shrinking down and it's getting smaller and smaller and smaller in terms of its sphere of influence. And so that gives the perfect narrative. And there was nobody, Trump was perfect for the job. He'll lie about everything and he's got a cult following. It's getting smaller and smaller because of the Epstein files and the war and various other things. So, but now all he does is he just tweets on Truth Social to the dumbest demographic in America. His rhetoric is getting so ridiculous that he's talking to the cult following only. The Q-tard, the person that believes to trust them.
Well, it's like that video that I showed of his speech earlier on. I mean, there was 277,000 people watching it, and they were all dogpiling on him, all dogpiling on Trump, and it is weaker. And they didn't expect Iran to have the strategy that Iran had. And they didn't expect
Iran's involved. Listen to him.
Yeah. Iran's got to be involved.
Yeah, apparently it's all theatre. Watch, keep playing.
The plan.
Can we put up that Chamath video? I want you to see this. So I saw this right after our interview, and I was like, okay.
Men that run the world, period, full stop. They control most of the important assets. They control the money flows. And these are not the tech entrepreneurs. Now, they are going to get rolled over the next 5 to 10 years by the people that are really underneath pulling the strings. And when you get behind the curtain and see how that world works, what you realize is it is unfairly set up for them and their progeny. Now, I'm not going to say that that's something that we can rip apart, but first order of business is I want to break through and be at that table. That's the first order of business. And the way that I do that is by proving that I can do what they do as well as they do it. And then do it better than how they do it. Because at the end of the day, they are commercial fucking animals. Okay? And they'll open the door out of curiosity and they'll let me stay because I add value. And then once I'm there, I can open the door for other people who can try to do the same thing. So my entire goal now is to be in a position to aggregate enough of the capital of the world to then reallocate it against my worldview. And I'm not saying my worldview is the best or right, but it is mine. And at the end of the day, there are 150 other fucking guys with their worldview, and they don't give a shit what you think about their fucking worldview. That's the truth. And so why not me? Why not? Why not one of you? Why not? And so in my life now, I'm just kind of like, why not?
I mean, I've got so many thoughts on that video. I mean, firstly, he's just told us how the world runs there. And I believe him because he is close to all of the tech entrepreneurs, all the investors. He's close to the money flow. And so when he tells me 150 people run the world, he's telling me what you told me, but it's no longer a conspiracy. It's one of the guys who's connected that's telling me that. So I'm like, okay, everything that sounds like a conspiracy theory, everything that you said, well, some people are, well, Simon's just a conspiracy theorist. It's like, no, this is literally how the world works. Like, this is it. So that's my first point. And then my second point is like, well, hold on a second. Like, is this just hubris from him? Or does he think, I don't like the way the world is. If I can accumulate enough capital, I can get in there and try and make the world a better place? Or is he just consumed by the idea of power and just wants to be one of the guys? I've so many thoughts on it.
Yeah. So, this whole concept of there's a bunch of people that, the governments are subordinate to that power structure. I think it's really a representation that helps us understand this is the Epstein files. The people that rule the world are not in the Epstein files. The people that rule the world are the people that control the Epstein files and strategically released it in order to purge some of their liabilities and also keep everyone on track to this transition to a multipolar world. If you want to know who controls the Epstein files and who actually is involved in those operations, you need the financial transactions, and those exist at the bank. And so JP Morgan, Bank of New York Mellon, they're currently engaged in, court cases, which they will win. Because they were the ones that settled with the victims of the Epstein files, whether it was Deutsche Bank or JP Morgan, I think it was 285 million settlement, and there was multiple settlements. But the financial transactions tell you the whole story. And if you were to get those financial transactions, you would find that there are certain jurisdictions that have a banking network of money laundering that will tell you the full story of how the world works. And they don't want you to know how the world works because the governments are in it as well. And so it exists pretty much as a money laundering network that profits from sex trafficking, humans trafficking, weapons trafficking, and drug trafficking. that is a compromised network
Body
that
parts.
ensures that
Hey,
it doesn't get
November,
exposed
man.
because everyone that tries to climb it has to be compromised. And if you and you have to also be leveraged, your wealth has to be leveraged. So Trump's wealth, his net worth is leveraged. You know, he had to rise in New York through the mafia cartels. You know, and therefore, if your net worth consists of borrowing against your stock, collateralized loans, equity, and it's not real cash, real hard assets, then it is connected to compliance with this power network as well. So everyone's leveraged either financially or through compromise. And you'll find that there is a network of banks and financial institutions. JP Morgan's certainly involved in that. And you find jurisdictional arbitrage. One of the jurisdictions is the City of London that sits within London. And that is, if the king wants to enter the City of London, he needs permission. This was left over from, you know, some of these colonial conquest historical things. There is the Bank for International Settlements, which is a building in Switzerland that has its own army, its own police, and its own law as a building. It is the Vatican, and the Vatican is where you have the banking, money laundering networks. And then you have Israel, which is a jurisdiction for many of these mafia and crimes against humanity and testing completely illegal military technologies on a Palestinian laboratory and in Africa, and many of the drug testing, many of these things. And so as you rise, you're compromised. The laundering happens through the Vatican Bank, and then you have different nodes in the network that prop this up. At the top of that, because you can control capital, you can subordinate a country's military. So that's why I say, when I think of the US military, that's not the US military that's acting in America's national interest. That's the US military that the financial industrial complex can command to go get them some resources or reset relationships and trade routes and strategic choke points.
But there are people, therefore, who want this war with Iran, with the consequences of people dying. We've had 200 kids killed in a Tomahawk attack. On top of the other countless couple of thousand deaths we've had, chaos across the region, just because they like the smell of money.
Yeah, humans aren't really a part of the equation. Like, if they could have no humans and just AI and robotics, they'll take it. It's a bit like a company. You know, a company, if a company has its fantasy, right, it doesn't want to deal with HR, it doesn't want to deal with humans, because their headaches, their problems, they call in sick. There's all these things. A corporate that's maximizing for its shareholders, if it could maximize profit by having no humans, it would. And the same is with these sovereign networks as well. You know, these corporate captured. And so if a country is still sovereign, they've got its own resources, it's got its own central bank, it's got its own, you know, it's able to negotiate with this network. But the network has captured the countries. They don't care about humans. Like, they're the same people that are willing to take down 2 towers in order to create a justification and narrative for war. These are the same people that have probably killed, through the British Empire, French, American, European empires, and the American Empire, 300 million deaths, I'd say. Like some studies and estimates have put out there, in order to fight wars for mercantile acquisition of resources. And they have, if you need leverage, then are they willing to blow up a school in Iran with 6 to 12-year-old girls in order to have a narrative that justifies part of an operation? Well, one theory could be it could be an accident, the other could be a false flag. So then you have to ask who benefits from that.
But it's also evil. Like, it's...
Yes. It's evil because everyone is, again, you can look at it as these fully sovereign, autonomous people that engage in evil, or you can look at it as a mafia and a compromise network where you either provide value to the network or you die, or you're called a pedophile, or your photos come out about the sick things you did, or you don't get access to capital, or they destroy your net worth, or they use the media in order to tarnish your career. So everybody that is in the network that has gone too far may, and that's why they end up in drugs and doing really crazy things, like where they end up so degenerate that they end up with crazy pedophilia or something like that, because this is not a nice place to be. These aren't happy people. Evil is not a natural state of being. I believe humans are naturally good. But this is how the network works. This is how power works.
So why exactly is there a war with Iran now? What's your take on this?
Okay. So once you understand this, you have to see beyond the sovereign state. Most people think that Iran, US, and Israel are in a war right now. I would say we are in a transitional theater. And by theater, I mean the bombs are real, the deaths are real, the casualties are real. But the outcome has been scripted, subject to two factions of power trying to get more power. And those two factions of power have a different vision for the world. One is the American nationalistic military-industrial complex that is kind of location-based. And then there's transnational capital, the FIC. They have, I believe, negotiated an operation that is in line with this multipolar world order. So then you have to dig deep and look into what are the factions of power. So most people think of Iran as a monolith. Iran's not a monolith. This is where people get things wrong. I personally believe the best way of understanding the world is through CIA declassified documents. And one of those which really helps you understand this is the Iran-Contra affair.
Yeah, I remember.
So in the Iran-Contra affair, it's just a brief recap. You had that banking network, which was Credit Suisse, that was laundering all of these weapon trafficking and money networks.
Yeah, if anybody wants to see unclassified documents, go to Declassified UK. Then you get all your documents on Declassified UK.
I'm listening.
Yeah, it's good. It's good. I mean, I said months ago, without the military-industrial complex, UK would be collapsed. Because we're money laundering through Ukraine. And if we weren't money laundering through Ukraine, we'd be broke. We'd be bankrupt.
Right, keep watching. Listen to what he says.
It's good, isn't it?
And this was during the 1979 Iranian Revolution. Prior to this, Iran was effectively a playground for British Petroleum. And 80% of the revenue of Iran's oil went to BP, and 20% was left back for Iran. Now, when they had a democracy, and when they were thinking about nationalizing their oil, America and the British Empire, CIA and Mossad, created Operation Ajax. And Operation Ajax was where they engineered exactly what you just saw leading up to this: protests, deaths. They were, Mossad or MI6 and CIA at this time. They were just killing people. They were saying, that's you. They were doing sanctions and to try and get civil unrest, creating economic strife, destroying the currency, killing their savings. And then they replaced the democracy with the Shah. Because the Shah, is somebody that you can control. So the more dictator and authoritarian it is,
he lasted 5 years, and then they brought the Ayatollah in.
They'll say that. So you had all this history, and then eventually it leads to Khamenei, which was the previous Ayatollah. He was in exile in France, and in 1979, there was a hostage operation that led to a negotiation where effectively there was a swap for the hostages for weapons, and Iran being complicit in engaging in some of these weapons trafficking routes. And so we had this very theatrical creation of a new narrative, which is they're doing it for religious reasons, is the Islamist terrorist. And so they come in, you had the Iranian Revolution, and immediately there was a war between Iraq and Iran. Iraq, Saddam Hussein, which was a CIA puppet, effectively, he was given chemical weapons to throw on Iran. And Iran was given weapons from Israel. So the IRGC, the Iranian Revolution, was receiving weapons from Israel. That's how this started. So America created an operation. Europeans, allowed the Khamenei to come back from exile. We don't know what blackmail networks or anything happened in those things. But the Iran-Contra affair was effectively America sending the money to Israel, Israel purchasing the weapons from US military contractors, sending them over to the Revolutionary Guard, the IRGC, and the Iranian, the Iranian thing. And then they would use their weapons trafficking networks to get it back to Central and South America via Nicaragua in order to fund Contra militias that were protecting drug trafficking rings for the CIA and America. So when you understand that, you realize that Israel, and again, this is a faction of power that comes from that. This isn't the whole country. This isn't the government. This is a transnational structure that's set up where many people believe that they're for something else. They're working for something else, but they don't know who their boss is. Let's say it's 150 people. Most people don't know who that is. So you have these segregated structures that make people. Now, religion is the best way of building an army. You know, if you're in an ideological war, it's a lot easier to recruit an army. It's why it's very hard for Britain to have an army right now, because everyone's looking at Keir Starmer saying, you're corrupt, I don't want to work for you. You know, I don't even see Britain as something that is doing good in the world right now. We seem to be an Epstein paedophilia ring that's bloody, that seems to be creating wars around the world. So there's no ideology. There's no like, I'm fighting for my country and God asked me to do it.
Yeah.
You know, but there are places in the world where that still exists, right? And Iran is one of those. You know, a holy war, I'm doing this to combat Western imperialism. You know, that's an easy one to recruit. Israel is an easy one to recruit an army. I'm doing it for the protection of the Jewish people that are in a fight for their, survival after thousands of years of Christian persecution in Europe. But then you pretend it's the Muslims that were doing it, right? So then you have this whole, the Jews versus the Muslims narrative. So anyway, the Iran-Contra affair set up strategic tension between Israel, Iran, and you realize that there's a faction of power where the US, Iran, and Israel are all working together. That faction of power is, again, by the way, everyone's going to be pissed off. Everyone in the comments is going to be pissed off at this, because there's kind of cartoon versions of Iran, and like both of them are wrong. One cartoon version of Iran is the Western version, which is you've got the center of terrorism, cut off the head of the snake. They want to kill, death to America, death to Israel. They're Islamist terrorists. People don't know the difference between ISIS and Hezbollah or something like that. You know, just this confused thinking that they were a part of 9/11, just complete ignorance, like cartoon image of an evil Hitler, basically, a neo-evil Hitler. On the other side, you have the complete opposite of that. You have the cartoon image that the IRGC are in the last holy war against Western imperialism, and we're the defenders of the Palestinian cause, and we are worthy, ideologically driven, in order to protect suppression from Israel and America. And so that is a cartoon image that some people have. What is reality is the IRGC is actually just an asset management company. They run certain assets. Those assets are banking assets, weapons trafficking operations, and really what's called the resistance economy, I like to call it. It's an economy where if you can find a cause and you can fund a militarized group in order to defend that cause, you have leverage in negotiating and trying to become a hegemon in the industry, in the region, rather. So in the region of the Middle East, you have various groups that have done this. You have Western interests represented by Israel, Al-Qaeda, and ISIS that were created via co-opting Saudi Arabia and some of the Gulf countries in order to build terrorist factories that would then create chaos, and then Iran would build a resistance against it. So then you had, in the case of Yemen, the Houthis; in the case of Gaza, Hamas; in the case of Lebanon, you had Hezbollah. And then you have this ginormous industry that profits from this strategic tension. And then you have Israel that builds out its network as well. It's all about conquest of resources. The IRGC is effectively an asset management institution, and it sits above the Iranian government. And so you have this substructure that has an economy built upon continual resistance. Now, when interests align, when Israel is a node for this military industrial complex, Iran creates the counter narrative, then it makes sense, right? Why you have death to America, death to Israel.
Yeah.
Because for 40 years, they're about to get a nuclear bomb and they're about to kill the Jews. It never actually happens. It's all done via proxy and conquest of resources and land and territory that gives you negotiation leverage in trying to become a hegemon. You have Saudi doing the same in Libya, in UAE doing the same in Libya and in Sudan and various others. And you have this whole model that is built upon strategic tension at all times in order to acquire resources, ensure the Middle East can never unify around their resources, and just profiteer from the $10 trillion that America printed on their fake war on terror that they engineered. And so when you look at what is the Iran war right now, you have what changed, and this is a key thing. There were several things that changed that now why we need an Iran war, because for 40 years, Iran and Israel were never firing at each other, but it was only in the last 2 years when they actually started firing at each other, because they needed to end the strategic tension. Why are we now getting the end of strategic tension? Why has that operation ended now? Well, a few things changed. Firstly, the financial the FIC, put China in the equation to build its military, its manufacturing base, and so that was done via the World Trade, Organization, and allowing China into the World Trade Organization. what that did is it created an environment where America would become more financialized and securitized, where 70% of its whole economy was no longer a manufacturing base, it's service base, with the largest being financial services. And that would mean that you can always push the currency up in order to get all the countries where you destroy their currencies and destroy their economies to lend it back to the US government via the bond market. And so you would have effectively the IMF destroying countries and servicing loans. And then those countries would have to lend it back to the US government. And because you're always bidding up the dollar is strategically overvalued at all times. That means you hollow out the manufacturing base because it's too expensive to build shit. So the military starts outsourcing a lot of its components to China because China's doing the opposite. It's strategically weakening its currency. So everything's getting cheaper. So they can export while America imports. And so this whole globalization, which was represented by the World Economic Forum and corporate interest, effectively was about strengthening the dollar, weakening the yuan, and building a ginormous manufacturing base in China and making America just a collateralized debt obligation that's fully financialized and securitized. Eventually, you know that if you weaken that dollar, you reverse the trade.
Yes.
And if China strengthens the yuan, then it becomes less competitive. So you're able to re-collaborate. And now we're at those extremes where the US military, this is how you know everything's fake. This is, well, again, real, but theatrical. America's nuclear program imports highly enriched uranium from Russia.
Yep.
The US military industrial complex cannot produce an F-35 fighter jet or anything without China. So the American military and nuclear program is 100% reliant on China and Russia.
Yep.
So are we really going to World War III? I don't think so, because if there was real nation states fighting each other, China could kill the US military in a second just by stopping the exports. Immediately, gone. You know, and if you've put them in a war with Ukraine and put them in a war with Iran and put them in a war everywhere, the military companies have made loads of sales, but the national security of America is compromised. What does that mean? You are now subordinate to corporate interests. So you're hollowing out and asset stripping. So when you look about this, what is the Iran war? I believe that because America got so controlled by the FIC and China became the manufacturing base, America did something in the Trump administration, which is it became energy independent. So remember, many of the wars in the Middle East were about propping up this petrodollar. If you price oil in dollars, you create artificial demand for dollars, and then Saudi pegs its currency to the dollar, and so you have to buy treasuries and lend it to the US government, and then they use that influence to build military bases across and say we're protecting the oil, but you know, and then you get to say, well, America protects us because we effectively cooperate with America in propping up the petrodollar. So you have that relationship there. Now, if America becomes energy independent, now what? The petrodollar breaks and the currency pegs break. And now America is competing with the Gulf countries. So what's that military base for? You know, why do you need that military base? And why is the price of gold going up like crazy right now? Oh, because they're selling their dollars, stopping lending it to the US government and buying gold, because they're not going to buy their own currency. They can print their own currency. So they buy gold. And so the gold price, basically, we're breaking the petrodollar. The Bank of Japan comes out and starts increasing rates. That breaks the Japan carry trade. The NATO comes along and America starts saying, we're no longer, you know, we don't want war, you want war. You know, that breaks the euro dollar and all these things. And so if you put all this together, you've ended up in a situation where, okay, so what did the Gulf countries do? They're saying, right, we're now competing with America for our energy. We're competing with Russia for our energy. Where are we getting our wealth from right now? Oh, well, we're selling our oil to the country that doesn't have oil, China. And so China's buying all of this energy from Russia, from Iran, from the Gulf countries, from Venezuela, from anyone, because it's got the world's manufacturing base. It needs every type of energy. It needs solar panels, it needs wind farms, it needs renewable energy. And, you know, that whole ESG thing that destroyed the European manufacturing base, that was BlackRock's ESG, to sell Chinese windmills to Europe, to turn off their nuclear energy, cut off, blow up Nord Stream pipeline, stop the gas getting in, and destroy Europe so they can acquire it on the cheap. And so America's now an energy exporter. It competes with the Gulf. The Gulf are looking at this saying, we've got US bases. We're not propping up the petrodollar. In fact, we're now having to sell our gold to prop up the dollar peg because the dollar's weakening. We don't want to sell our gold in order to prop up the dollar. We prop up our currency. Everything's breaking. And so what did transnational capital, what did the FIC do? Well, it co-opted the sovereign wealth funds of the world. And it said, every deal we invest in, you can also invest in. When we buy XAI, when we buy ChatGPT, when we fund all these things, you can be involved in every single deal. And we'll kill Nord Stream pipeline. And in Qatar, you can get all the liquefied natural gas contracts. We'll take some of them. America will take some of them. Qatar, you'll get some of them. Okay. So now you've got a Middle East that effectively Iran depends upon China. America depends upon China. Russia depends upon China. The Gulf countries depend upon China. The world depends upon China. And so now what are you going to do? Well, China is influencing the sovereign wealth funds because those sovereign wealth funds get their money from selling oil to China. So they're saying, I want this. I want a de-dollarized world in the Middle East. I want peace in the Middle East. I want people to buy our product. I don't want war. I don't want militias. I don't want all of this stuff. So I'll fund Iran and influence Iranian politics. I'll fund the Gulf sovereign wealth funds and influence Middle Eastern politics. I'll fund Russia, and influence Russian politics. And together, we'll build a Belt and Road Initiative where we invest in Africa, we invest in the Middle East, we invest across Asia, and we undo the IMF and the Western colonialism. Not because we're competing with America, but because the financial industrial complex want the same thing and they own America. And so this transition to a multipolar world is those all regional powers. There is no resistance against it, but there is one faction of resistance. So you've got this financial industrial complex, transnational capital. There is one faction of resistance against that. That's an ideological narrative that they built up to justify war. What's that represented in? It's represented in nationalistic neocon narrative in America, where America is the best, America's the greatest, the dollar is the strength, we win, we kick ass, let's go get war, you do it or not. You need to destroy that narrative and that faction of power, or you need to compensate the military companies somehow. Then you've got the other factions of power, the Zionists in Israel. That justified all that war. And then there's one more narrative, the IRGC at the top level and the resistance economy. So you need to take out all the militia groups, ISIS, Al-Qaeda, Hezbollah, Hamas, all of them, all of the ones that are done. You need to also get rid of the US military bases from the Gulf countries. You also need to have an Iran that is run as a government aligned with China, but not an IRGC that profits from war. Now that faction of power is part of those mafia networks as well. All those mafia networks. So now what is this war? This war is the agreed outcome between the military industrial complex and the financial industrial complex, because China now wants regional stability and Trump wants to take credit for it. That's what this is.
What?
Yeah. So what has happened since the war's gone on? So let's have a look at
Hold on. So, right. Can you re-summarize that in one paragraph?
Yes. You have the military industrial complex, the MIC, that is aligned with hardliners in the IRGC in Iran, the Zionist hardliners in Israel, and they profit from the forever war model. Okay? Then you have the financial industrial complex, the FIC, that wants regional stability. They partner with Gulf sovereign wealth funds, they partner with China, and they partner with the reformist, pragmatic government in Iran. The reformist, pragmatic government in Iran was sat at a table negotiating with America. Amman was mediating the talks. One day prior to the American strikes on Friday, Amman made an announcement. It said Iran has agreed, the IRGC has agreed, zero nuclear enrichment. Highly enriched uranium will be guaranteed with Russia. China will provide security guarantees for the removal of certain ballistic missiles. That set the framework. And who was sat around the table? The Iranian government and the more modest parts of the IRGC. I believe the negotiation continued, and part of the negotiation was America strike on Saturday, take out these people. Iran, you blow up the US military bases, and then we'll close the Strait of Hormuz. And when we close the Strait of Hormuz, we'll create a crisis in oil that sets a time frame and a deadline. And who benefited from the closure of Hormuz? Who benefited? American oil tycoons, the FIC, that have now said, hey, guess what? We blew up Nord Stream pipeline, Europe. you don't have any liquefied natural gas, and you've got high oil costs. It just so happens that there was tax policy that created windfall tax on the North Sea oil in the UK. All right, so now coincidentally, all the oil industries in carnage. So Norwegian Sovereign Wealth Fund is filling in the gap.
Yep.
And then what happened? Europe negotiated with Qatar. So Qatar said, here's your liquefied natural gas. What was the first target they hit? They hit the production of liquefied natural gas in Qatar. Yep. They did the US military bases and the liquefied natural gas production in Qatar. Europe's in disaster. America comes along and says, right, they know what the time frame of how long the Strait of Hormuz is going to be closed, the financial industrial complex. Why? Because it was the insurers that did it. Insurance said 75% premium on all shipments.
Yep.
So the insurers, with the factions of power in Iran, shut the Strait of Hormuz. America comes along and says, we're going to sign probably negotiating right now, a 20-year fixed term agreement to provide liquefied natural gas to Europe, to UK, and we'll take that contract. Qatar, screw you. Russia, screw you.
Yeah, but he's already said that Russia can sell as well, didn't he? He already did a deal with Putin so that Putin stayed out of it.
Okay. Go on then, carry on.
Yeah, because Putin wasn't allowed to trade, was he? But now they're allowed to trade.
That's probably because Starmer fucking pissed him off.
And then Europe have said, we're not buying Russian, which is fucking ridiculous.
This is ours. What did Russia do? Russia said, oh, by the way, we can get liquefied natural gas and oil everywhere. Who wants it? So China gets it. India gets it. All the Asian countries that went into crisis because Japan needs to import all of this oil, South Korea. So you had a crash of the South Korean stock market, the Japanese stock market. The American stock market was kind of okay because it was propped up by energy companies and military stocks. But you effectively, who was won from the closure of Strait of Hormuz? Russia. And America and American oil interests. So now,
because they said they're going to remove the sanctions on Russian exports as well, right?
Yeah. What else did you get to do? All right, those military bases in the Gulf countries, blow them up. So Iran blew them up and targeted them. They didn't touch the Gulf countries.
No.
They touched the US bases. And all of the diplomacy was around Iran saying, we are not attacking you. We are expelling US from the region. They also said, anybody that wants to get their shipment through to the Strait of Hormuz, you just need to do two things. You need to remove your Israeli embassy and your US embassy, and the Hormuz is open for you. And
paying your currency.
Expelling the US from the region for China. And so now you get the US military bases. What are those Gulf countries going to do? What did they immediately do in reaction? They didn't bomb Iran. They didn't retaliate militarily. They said, we will protect ourselves. And so they're depleting their interceptors that they bought from American military. So now Iran is depleting, Israel is depleting, is targeting Israel. Israel's having to blow up all of its defense. Every bomb makes a shit ton of money. All of this makes, this is billions and billions of dollars. So Israel gets weaker and weaker and gets burdened with debt. The stock market in Israel does really well because it's military based. Then you have the weakening of the US bases in the military. And effectively, what have you done? What is the end result of this going to be? The end result is that the Strait will open. Oil prices reset the world order. You have you have a series of mechanisms that will be announced. And what was the main mechanism when the price of oil, by the way, $115 kills, that's global financial crisis if you have $115 oil for a sustained period of time. What was the mechanism to push the price of oil down? Sanctions relief for Russia.
Yep.
So they announced sanction relief for Russia and the price of oil crashes.
Kills me.
The G7, they say we're going to release our strategic petroleum reserves.
400 million barrels, right?
Yeah, that's 3.7 days of global oil trade. So it's insignificant, but you drain the G7 of their strategic petroleum reserves. Most of it will come from America. So you drain the strategic petroleum reserves. You have to replenish all your military. You have to replenish all your oil and your strategic reserves, and your bank. This is it. Now, what is the end result is that effectively, if you think of where did the term Middle East come from? The term Middle East came from the British colonial empires, where Britain was looking eastwards and saying, this is the middle of the world, and we need their oil. So the Middle East was a colonial term, but it was originally West Asia. The Middle East is now becoming West Asia again. And so you've built the Western Hemisphere dominated by American corporate interest. transnational capital can rent the American military whenever they need an operation. You've destroyed all the proxy networks in the Middle East. Strategic tension ends by the end of this. IRGC, if any of those hardliners weren't on board with China's plan, they're the ones that would be derailing the plan. Any of those hardliners in Israel may be trying to derail the plan. Any of those hardliners in America, the neocons, may be trying to derail the plan. You push them all out, they try and derail the plan, they kill schools, children in schools. They blow up, they try and get Saudi Arabia to retaliate. They start doing false flags all across and say, that's Iran, that's Iran. And so now you're having the dismantling of all the false flag operations and decapitation campaigns of anyone that wouldn't have been on board the plan. You replace Khamenei with Khamenei. And Khamenei, who was cooperating, I believe, and negotiating, probably agrees to a regime change. I don't know the details of that, but it's not a regime change because you can't destroy Iran. If you literally did a real regime change, it would the region would be in chaos. This is Syria with 90 million people, one of the most extensive military mights in the world. You can't do all of the protests were 100% manufactured. Like you don't have a revolution where the people uprise and then take over one of the largest militaries in the world. That only happens if you have an alternative military and the military goes with the revolutionaries, and then you have a coup. There was no coup. There was no army. It was just literally kill the currency, which Scott Percent admitted to. Lindsey Graham said Mossad were on the streets. You create economic circumstances, which are a disaster, so destroy all their savings. Get an internet blackout, and what do I think IRGC were doing? They were probably arresting and taking out the hardliners in their own internal system that were not on board with the plan. And so then you outsource to Israel and America decapitation campaigns, take out the people that are not on board the plan, destroy, have real bad damage on Israel, and then you have a three-way narrative at the end of it. So oil puts a time frame. You can tell this is fake because right now, if this was real, not only would you have an increase in the price of oil, but gold would be soaring as well. Gold's not soaring right now. Gold's been flat, if not down, while oil's rising. That means the insiders in the market know that there's a time frame on this war and it's not a forever war. If this was going to blow up the Middle East, gold would be going through the roof and oil would be going through the roof in sync. It's not. So there's going to be an offboard and everyone needs a three-way narrative. Israel needs to say, we did the decapitation campaigns, we chopped off the head of the snake. Meanwhile, it's burdened with debt and it's got less military, all degraded. The Gulf countries will renegotiate those contracts with some American, some China, most Russia and China. In terms of those bases probably won't be rebuilt for American interest. America's now an energy exporter. It gets Europe, it gets Central and South America. And then what did the Gulf countries do in their retaliation? They said, we're reconsidering our investments in the US. Trump said, we've got 18 trillion investment, 18 trillion. Foreign direct investment means you're acquiring the assets of America so you can leverage America. And so they said, we're going to rethink those. What were those the ones they're going to rethink? Those were mainly defense and artificial intelligence. That's what all the investment was. They said, we're going to rethink it. That creates a problem with the AI trade in America. You get a correction of the market. You get the private credit market blowing up.
What's the timescale on all this?
Exactly. What is happening in April? In April is the China summit, which is a meeting between President Trump and Xi Jinping. It will be done by April, is my prediction.
April.
Yeah. So in that meeting will be the official You'll probably need a theatrical. You'll need a Hollywood movie from Trump. Trump needs a Hollywood movie, so he will probably do something similar to the 12-day war, where he had Operation Midnight Hammer. He came in with the B-52 bomber, America looking like the king of the world, comes along, strategically takes out some of the highly enriched uranium. If you remember, the Bitcoin mining crashed by like 25% when it happened. And then you get the theater, you get the movie, and we retreated. We took out Khamenei. He'll have his narrative of MAGA. MAGA will be happy because they're like, yeah, you're not the neocon. You're not doing the forever war. You're not doing Afghanistan. You're not doing Iraq. You're not doing that anymore. Israel will have, we decapitated. Netanyahu will be regime change this year. He'll be gone. It will be, a GCC and Turkey aligned puppet government in Israel that's no longer funded by US military. Okay.
Yeah, but Israel want to go after Erdogan. He wants to go after Turkey. Israel wants to go after Turkey now. It keeps on shouting about it. So I don't know what's going to happen with Turkey. Whether that goes ahead or not, whether Trump gets on board with that, who knows?
I don't know, but this is just what this bloke thinks, but it's interesting.
Yeah. Is quite a lot of the points is what I've discussed on here before.
Iran will be fully online with China's plan. I guarantee you in the next few years, there will be gas pipelines between the Gulf countries and Iran. Iran won't have sanctions, and Iran will open up its economy to, and probably what they're negotiating over now is the FIC probably in a new multipolar world wants some private corporate interest in the Strait of Hormuz so that IRGC don't have full autonomy to close it again. And they'll try and get some strategic ports. BlackRock will end up with some kind of deal from that. And we'll end up where the massive amount of money that can be made from deals in Iran, deals in Syria, deals in Lebanon, deals in the Gulf countries, deals across Saudi, it will be the highest growth opportunity in the world. And they will sit between a falling US empire, which is increasingly vassalized, and a rising China that's building out Africa. And why do they need Africa? It's the only one that's still having children right now. They need the birth rates. So you put everyone else in an AI, robotics, and police state, so you can deal with all the civil unrest that comes from it. So if you are now losing your primary source of profit, which was war in the Middle East, you need civil unrest within Europe, but not where it affects the stock market, just where it extracts wealth and extracts more resources. But we can't have absolute chaos, so we need Palantir. We need a police and surveillance state. We need digital ID. We need central bank digital currencies. What else did happen? Taiwan, this is interesting. What happened during this war? They said in order to preserve energy, because not Taiwan, Thailand, sorry. In order to preserve energy, everyone needs to stay at home, work from home. The pandemic narrative ain't going to work again. So now they've created another one. In order to preserve energy costs, please everyone stay at home. We need to save energy while we deal with this crisis.
We got no gas, we got no fuel.
Do you know simulation theory?
I haven't looked into it too much, but I'm aware of it.
Yeah, the premise that we've gone since the invention of computers to now over really decades, really, that you've gone from a computer that can do basic math to be able to create worlds like Fortnite. Give it another 100 years, you'll be able to probably recreate human existence, the world that we live in, as a simulation. That's the thesis. And if you can do it, you do it thousands and millions of times. So we're probably in a simulation.
So, Smiler.
We're in some game.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's the gist of it. He goes on to talk about other things now, but interesting, isn't it?
Yeah.
Interesting, because he said it'll all be over by April. What's Trump come out and said?
Yeah.
Very interesting. So I'm keeping my eye on this to see if anything else goes the way that he's said, and if it does, then it looks like he's hit the nail on the head.
But I don't know when was this done?
Oh, a few weeks back now. Have a look. It'll tell you.
Oh, 9 days ago.
Yeah.
Because gold did soar, silver did soar. Then they crashed it because everybody pre-orders their silver. And Elon, he'd already pre-ordered, I don't know how many tons of silver from Venezuela. Now, Maduro knew what was going to happen. It was obvious what it obviously knew, because he shipped all the silver out of Venezuela to Russia and China.
Yep, there you go.
Just before, they had 6 aircraft flying in, flying out with all the silver.
There you go.
Now, Elon Musk and all the other companies, weapons manufacturers and what have you, they all pre-ordered that silver because they need it in all the manufacturing. You can't fly an F-35 without it.
So that's something else that shores up that what he's saying is correct.
Yeah. It was like, well, hang on a minute. How did Maduro, how did he know to get rid of all the silver and leave 2 bars behind? As a like, you ain't getting the silver. How did he know? And it was like, well, you must be some clever bastard because you've got rid of it all sold it all to China, sold it all to Russia, you know, prior to being flown out in 6 different items of clothing, complete theatre in 24 hours.
Yep. There you go. It's just sad, but I'm watching and keeping my eyes on it because I found this interview very interesting. Anyway, Smiler, I'm glad that you reviewed it. I wanted to see what you thought, but you.
So I'm not a conspiracy theorist, that's all.
Oh, I do believe you believe some conspiracies, but the one thing that makes me get on with a lot of people, maybe not so much with others, but is that I'm always open-minded. Always.
Yeah, you've got to be.
Yeah, so but it's interesting, very interesting. All right, I'm going to go anyway because I've got to go off and do stuff. But
all right.
Yeah.
Who are you reviewing today?
Oh, I don't know. I'm just watching it all at the moment. They're all getting silly, arguing with each other. It's pathetic.
Have you seen that new channel that's popped up? That's taking the mickey out of 4P and all that lot.
Oh, the Daily Bollocks.
Is it called the Daily Bollocks? It's got like AI video, but it's got like what's he called with his boxing and oh, what's that? Yeah, I listened to it earlier on. I think it started off with 48 subscribers when I was looking at it.
It's mad, isn't it? But,
and there's probably a Dino Bain or somebody like that.
I'm just watching it all. I don't. There's only so much you can say about it. I think, to be honest, that some of them need to grow up because at the end of the day, our country's going to shit while they're all just attacking each other.
Well, yeah, and it's just like another big grift, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
You
Yeah.
know, it's like that's
and
all.
They're all complaining about grifting whilst grifting off of the grift.
Well, it's grifting off the grift, yeah. You know, you're grifting because you're arguing with him. You're grifting because you're arguing with him. And it's like, just wow. You're all moaning about it, but you're all grifting. But I mean, Paul thought not enough super chats.
It's just mad. All of it is mad. Anyway, I'm going to go and I'll speak to you later.
Oh, yeah, thanks for that. That was a good video, that was.
All right. Bye-bye. Bye, chat. Bye.
Thanks. See you later. Bye-bye. Right. Urban. Sinai. You keep going on about Sinai. I keep telling you about Sinai. Yeah? Yom Kippur. Yeah? Israel versus Egypt. Yeah? Yom Kippur. Yeah? Yom Kippur, the day after Kippurah. Yeah? Where they spin the chicken around their head. Yeah? When they did the agreement, yeah, they did the the Camp David Accords. They did the Camp David Accords. Under the Camp David Accords, yeah, Sinai was given back to Egypt. Why was it given back? So that they had a demilitarized buffer zone. That's why they had to give it back under the Camp David Accords. Or they would still be having the battle now between Egypt and Israel. I've told you that umpteen times. Go and look it up. Israel wanted peace. Yom Kippur, was it a 6-day war? Yeah, they didn't finish it until 82. I played the documentary on here. When all the Israelis had to move out. And the IDF and the police, Israeli police, were dragging them out of their synagogues, and you know, the Israelis were taking down their buildings with diggers so that it didn't get left behind. You have £1 million businesses, all the polytunnel businesses. I played the whole documentary on here before. And it was all pushed and backed by America. Looking forward to some more policies, better than reading on myself. Oh yeah, she was doing the Rupert Lowe policies, wasn't she? Yeah, and they couldn't afford Sinai. They couldn't afford it. It was costing them too much. And it would have been just a forever war. Well, no, not really, because they haven't stuck to the peace agreements, have they? They shot up loads of Egyptians. And the border is on Egyptian territory into Palestine. And because Egypt were letting the lawyers through, they shot a load of Egyptian soldiers, didn't they? Because they had to give it back. They couldn't even afford to extract the oil. That part of that territory was costing them too much money. They couldn't maintain it, even with all the money that America was giving them. I did the whole documentary on it because I was like quite shocked. You had all these £1 million businesses that were all being thrown out. Well, there hasn't been a war, but there's been attacks. And there's been false flags as well. Where they've gone in, where Israelis have gone into Egypt and done bombings and blown up Jewish communities. You can go and research it. Go and research it. Or trawl through all my lives and you'll find it in there somewhere. I covered it all. I covered them like barricaded themselves in the synagogue and not wanting to be dragged out of the synagogues. And I was scratching my head thinking, why are the IDF doing it? Why are the police doing it? Why are they dragging them all out? They built barricades and great big metal gates and all kinds of stuff. Chaining themselves to the gates. Because obviously they'd done what the government ordered them to do. They'd gone in, they'd built their kibbutzes. They built their businesses. And then they were being thrown out of the land. You know, a bit like now, you know. They're being thrown out, and then they're all writing because the Iron Dome ain't working. And Iran and Hezbollah have been bombing the shit out of illegal settlements. So if Israel can't afford to occupy the Sinai, how are they going to afford to occupy the rest of the shithole territories that encompass the Greater Israel? By creating more anti-Semitism around the world, moving more Jews back, false flags all around the world, anti-Semitic, more shit, we can't stay here because everybody hates us, and false flag operations. Go and do your homework, Urban. I can't sit here and educate pork. Go and do your homework. Or would you like to find my find the documentary I played God knows how long ago? Well, no, because we know the Greater Israel Project is a thing. It isn't a conspiracy. We know it's a thing. Netanyahu said it. Ben Gvir said it. Smotrich has said it. Right. Oh. 20 to 7. $12.45 over there. Got to be up at 5:30. Aye. So it's only me and you here, Urban, anyway. I'm going to have a shower and have some breakfast. Yeah. What the fuck you doing up morning, Pasty? I woke up at 2 o'clock in the morning. It was like, oh, Trump's doing his speech. That's why I woke up. The clown was speaking. He was farting and filling his nappy all at the same time. Whenever you have really good panels, my wife is working. Happened. Blame Gypsy Dave. It's Gypsy Dave's fault. He never went live. And Donald Duck was doing his speech, April Fool's Day speech, so I thought I'd better broadcast it. I just happened to wake up at 2 o'clock. Well, you'll have to tell me your shift patterns, Urban. Oh, he's absolute muppet. When you watch it, when you listen to it, bear in mind this video, because you were too busy arguing than actually listening to what they were saying on this show. Need to listen to these guys talking because you were too busy arguing with Blunt. And big up November Man for the donation. Play it or give me a summation. Well, he was just filling his nappy, Zara. That was all. He was just filling his nappy. Everything's bigger and better. We won. Blah, 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 blah. You get too easily distracted, Urban. I was watching your arguments. And I thought, well, your arguments, you're obviously not listening to what was the guest called? So it's Peter McCormick. I'm going to subscribe to that because it's quite good. Simon Dixon. I know, but if you actually listen to what they were saying, you would have seen how silly you were looking by what you were arguing. It was quite funny. Now, what are you doing up so early, Zara? What's hash 12? Wow, we should have muted up. Should have muted up in chat. link. And